Good morning and welcome to the 26th meeting in 2012 of the Health and Sport Committee. And as usual at this point, can I remind everyone present that mobile phones and BlackBerries should be switched off as they can often interfere with the sound system. We have apologies today for Richard Simpson, and I'm pleased to welcome Rhoda Grant as the substitute. Agenda item number 1 is draft budget scrutiny, and we now move to welcome our witnesses here this morning, Professor David Bell, Advisor to the Finance Committee, and Professor John McLaren, Centre for Public Policy in the Regent's University of Glasgow. And can I invite you to make opening remarks at this point, and then we can proceed to questions?
John's going to start. Okay.
Professor McLaren.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to make a few general points that I think are worth discussion, primarily because they're not, I think, discussed enough in general terms. First of all, the Scottish Government's purpose target in relation to health could be said to be to raise the healthy living life expectancy, and it's also a part of the 2020 vision for health. There was some figures published about a month ago by the ONS, which showed that the latest figures for about 2009 versus 2006, that healthy life expectancy for males in England had risen by 3 years over that period, and in Scotland had fallen by a year and a half. Not as bad as for women, but still a lot worse. Men in Wales had risen by 4 years. That suggests, given that behaviour doesn't change that much, that either our health system isn't operating very well, or the data is complete rubbish, or possibly a combination of the two. But because when that information came out, even though it's one of the purpose targets, the key targets for the Scottish Government, there was no analysis of it, no comments in the paper by any politicians that I saw. I don't think any papers even covered it. I mean, if this is supposed to be the top target, health target in Scotland, and nobody pays any attention to it, then I think what we're really doing is talking about inputs all the time, in terms of money, nurses, things like that, rather than outcomes, which perhaps is what would be more important to talk about. So I think that is an area of how do we improve healthy life expectancy. And if it is the data that's wrong, by the way, then why set the target in those terms in the first place? Another aspect of that is that on the resources side, in terms of health and social services contribution to GDP, we're growing at about half the rate of the UK. Not quite sure why that is, but it's quite a big difference, especially when it's such a large part of the economy. We've also got a falling per head advantage in health spend, which used to be about 14%, is now about half of that. Again, no analysis of why that's happened, where it's happened. In terms of productivity, the UK, we've only got figures for the UK, but they don't show they show no productivity growth in the health sector over about a decade or so, which is not very good. We don't have figures for Scotland, but I imagine it's about the same, possibly worse. I think one of the big, in terms of health system comparisons, the OECD and the Commonwealth Fund and people like that, in looking at the comparisons, consider that in terms of equity, the NHS, this is largely the English, but Scottish probably too, is very good in terms of equity, and it's fairly good in terms of efficiency, but it's terrible in terms of outcomes, in terms of life expectancy, those sort of things. So why is that so? And again, perhaps it suggests, not again, but perhaps it suggests that an emphasis on prevention in other countries is not being taken forward as seriously in Scotland and the UK. That then feeds into the Christie Commission talking about, a quote, a radical shift toward preventative public spending is essential. There may have been more money put into prevention spending, but I certainly wouldn't call it a radical shift. And I think whether it's in early years or other areas, I think that needs to be looked at. Also, in terms of why is Scotland health relatively poorer than the UK's, the sort of Scottish effect or Glasgow effect. That's, I think, extremely important in Scotland's case, whether it's alcohol or anything else. But I'd be interested to know how much research money was going into looking at that. Very little, I suspect, and how important it was. And then I suppose that gives us to the nub of the issue of the NHS's budget, for example. It's being protected at the minute quite considerably, and maybe if it keeps like this, will be until 2015-16. Over that period, if wages are kept flat, as in the rest of the public sector, that will allow, I would say, over £1 billion of spending money to be available in the NHS. Now, if that's not going on staff, what is it going on? And there is actually an opportunity to put money into new things if staff costs are kept down. And I think it's important, even at this stage, that we look at as to where the best area for that money to go would be. That's sufficient for now, I think.
Follow that, Professor Bell.
Yeah, just to pick up on John's first point there, I'll come on to some more general points in a minute. But this issue of healthy life expectancy is very important, because essentially what it does is it tells you how long people can expect to live with a disability, with some form of chronic disease. So if your a healthy life expectancy isn't growing as fast as your overall life expectancy, the period of time during which you'll be experiencing disability of some form increases. Now, can I just quote from one of the leading UK experts is Carol Jagger at Newcastle. She's actually spoken to the Finance Committee. And one of her recent reports was on whether the population of the UK as a whole was getting healthier or less healthy as they aged. And the report concluded that ageing of the population alone, with no alteration in the prevalence of disease, which means no change in healthy life expectancy, basically, on the age-specific rates of becoming disabled, will result in a 67% increase in the numbers with disability over the next 20 years. Numbers of the oldest old, that's those aged 85 years and older, with disability will double. So that reinforces John's point. And in addition, the proportion of the older population experiencing one of the key diseases considered, arthritis, coronary heart disease, stroke, and dementia, will increase by over 40% to 2025. These are massive, massive changes that are in train. There isn't any reason to suspect that Scotland will be any less. Indeed, if these figures, whether they be, well, if they are correct, which the Office of National Statistics came out with a month ago, if they are correct, and there may be some doubt around that, but even if we're level as far as healthy life expectancy is concerned, there is a huge oncoming train towards our health service system. And as John says, we're not really talking about radical change. The King's Fund in England is putting out regular bulletins saying we actually, and this is about the English health system, they have improved. They have made some genuine improvements over the last decade, but it's not clear that they're in a fit state to deal with the kinds of additional numbers that are signalled by this kind of report. So, in terms of that's the longer term. In terms of the size of the budget, health has been protected in the last, over the last, effectively it's been protected since devolution started, because the Barnett consequentials have effectively been handed straight on to the health service. But somehow or other, for reasons that are not clear, and as John already alluded to, that would have implied that the spending difference between Scotland and England would have stayed pretty much the same. But in fact, it appears now that spend per person is narrowing, that the excess of spend per person in Scotland is narrowing. It's not really clear why that's happening, and of course, you know, there is clearly a case why spend per person should be higher in Scotland, and the two most frequently cited reasons for that are the severe inequalities in health in Scotland, particularly the Glasgow effect, as John was just talking about, and also the additional costs of supplying care in rural areas. Nevertheless, something strange seems to be happening as far as the statistics are concerned. On the budget itself, there's an issue around what is called capital transfers. So the Scottish Government are trying to move money from the resource budget into the capital budget. And the claim in the budget is that 700 million will be moved over the next, until 2014-15, I think. The 320 million of that appears in the health budget, as a single line in the health budget. And it might be worth the committee finding out from the Scottish Government what exactly that means and what resource budgets are falling in order for capital budgets and which capital budgets to rise. So that's an area that the committee might well be interested in. Another area which I was actually involved with is the self-directed support area, which there was a bill passed. Oh, I'm not sure whether it's passed yet.
It's in stage two. Yeah.
Okay, stage two. There is a budget set aside for that. And the self-directed support is quite an interesting initiative. Scotland hasn't moved as far as England has in relation to the provision of spending power in the hand of the person receiving care or health support. But self-directed support is a start in that direction. Nevertheless, the budget set aside for that is relatively small. It's about £17 million out of, you know, what we're talking about here is well over £10 billion in total. But the self-directed support element is small, so this is not, the bill is not suggesting some massive change in the way that social care clients will be supported over time. The other thing which John alluded to was pay, and the costs of the let me quickly get it up. Costs of the pay bill in the NHS in Scotland have just continued to grow over time. The total staff costs for the health sector, for example, have grown at grew by 11.3% between 2008 and 2011. Staff grew by 1.3%. So although we've had a pay freeze for some of that period, actually the pay bill has risen quite substantially. Now, that may be with people moving between jobs, moving to higher jobs, people moving up pay spines, that sort of effect. But this has outgrown, well, it's basically the overall budget in that period of time, money terms, has grown by 11.4%. So 2008 to 2011, the money budget for the overall health service grown by 11.4%, the pay bill by 11.3%. This won't continue. It can't continue at that kind of pace. And there doesn't seem to be a huge appetite to think radical things about how to deal with the pay bill. There was Professor Alison Wolfe wrote, and Andrew Oswald wrote to, I think it was the Financial Times, I'm not sure, a couple of weeks back, about pay setting in the public sector. And they're recommending, as in Sweden, that people, rather than pay being set at a national level, in fact, for most of these wages, we're talking about a UK level, that there should be more local flexibility. But more local flexibility without taking spending power out of the local area. So it's basically a trade-off between jobs and wages at the local area, but making wages more in line with local conditions. I'm not saying that's necessarily the solution, but I'm saying if we carry on as we're carrying on, we won't be in a position to meet the challenges that that I mentioned at the start of my intervention here. So I think that's about all I've got to say at the minute.
Thank you both for those introductory remarks. We will go now to questions, and Bob Doris with our first question.
Thanks.
Followed by Mark.
Thanks very much. It's been quite challenging from both witnesses in terms of what you've said this morning. Perhaps I should maybe start by providing that amount of clarity, because Professor Bell mentioned the self-directed support budget, and of course we're not here today to talk specifically about that, so I don't want to dwell on that, but the budget line in the NHS spending plans is not the size of the self-directed support budget. It's what's directed from social work departments at local authorities, and it's about a redirect of spend from in-house provision to other forms of choice and provisions. I think that's worth just putting on the record at the start of today. Professor McLaren, I found your evidence really fascinating. You of course said we should be looking at outcomes more than inputs, but you then did give a series of inputs comparing Scotland with other parts of the UK. So I wonder if maybe I could just clarify some of the figures that have been prepared by Spice for us today, and just get them on the record and see if you would recognise those as being an accurate reflection of the health budget. So first of all, one thing we'd want to look at in terms of the prioritisation or otherwise of the health budget would be the size of the Scottish spending cake that's devoted towards health. So table 4 in our Spice briefing says that in the coming financial year that will go from 34.4% to 35% as an overall share of the Scottish spend going towards health. Are those figures that you would recognise?
Some of these figures, I mean, I recognise the figures because I've seen the Spice reports on them. Some of the figures depend on what you put as the base. So, for example, on local government, the share is usually looked at by the Scottish Government's perspective by adding in NDRI, which makes it look better. But I'm not sure in the one that you're looking at whether the Scottish budget total includes NDRI. I suspect it doesn't. So if you included NDRI, I don't think that would be that increase. But generally, if health is being protected and others aren't, then I would expect its share to rise. But how much per year, I'm not sure.
Could I just come in on that? Because, I mean, there is an area here which, again, there is some uncertainty around, and that is the size of resource transfers from the health sector to the local government sector, which is effectively what you were when you discussed self-directed support. And so effectively it goes into the health budget, but then the health authorities or health boards transfer to the local authorities, and it's over £300 million. And that is interesting in itself, partly because in cash terms it's been pretty much stable over the last 4 years or so. And there seems to be, when you look at the detail, and I think Spice has looked at some of the detail of this, there's no clear logic in the share of the budget which moves from one health board into one local authority. So you'd actually expect that what really is going on here is that the health boards are compensating the local authorities for social care of the elderly, because that is, you know, a joint social care is not a joint responsibility. Care of the elderly in general is a joint responsibility, and how it's split up is always subject to some debate. But it's not the case that the health boards with the oldest population seem to be the ones that transfer the most to the local authorities. And that's not an area that it's very easy to get a handle on at all. And when you also think about what's going on in Highland, that adds another complexity to this issue, because in Highland, the health board has taken on the entire budget for care of the elderly in exchange for effectively the local authority doing all the children stuff, I think. But then how is that going to be accounted for? And how will we know? I'm sure the health board and the local authority have come to some agreement about this. But how will we know whether that's been a success or not? There must be some indicators to suggest, you know, that they've devised, which will, to them, suggest that this has been a useful change in the way that they deal with these problems. So, yeah, I broadly agree with the numbers, but then there are issues, mostly around the edge, not massive things, but which make it a little bit more complex.
Okay, I have to say that was quite a comprehensive answer to what I thought might be a kind of yes or no. So thank you. I'll try and be more focused in my next question. I may just, there was two other stats I wanted to put on the record. I think I'll ask a question. I'll just put on the record and come to my substantive question, which is about outcomes rather than inputs. I promise you. Okay. So we've also got from our SPICE briefing that £1.1 billion since 2010 in health Barnett consequentials will have went into the health budget vis-a-vis the UK spend, which was obviously a priority, which we are tracking through as this process, which seems to have been met, and also that there'll be a 3% cash increase to health boards in the coming financial year, which, if you apply the 2.5% deflator, is a 0.5% cash increase. Okay, please don't respond to that. Those are just figures on the record. The outcomes, I was fascinated. The reason I mentioned Professor McLaren in my opening question was because I was fascinated by the ONS stats from 2009 about the healthy life outcomes vis-a-vis England and Scotland, and the fact that it increased by 3 years in England but down 1.5 years in Scotland. If I look at the heat targets and the national indicators in Scotland for the health service, I can see that by and large many seem to be met. So, for example, whether it's the 62-day referral to treatment for the NHS, whether it's the 31-day decision to first treatment in terms of cancer, whether it's alcohol brief interventions, there seems to be positive things happening. When would Professor McLaren or Professor Bell expect us to be able to go back to any future ONS stats and see progress? Because one of the things we're keen to see is if the health budget is being prioritised, it's not just been protected, it's had a small uplift whilst other budgets have been cut. When should we start to see improvement, and how should we analyse that as a committee?
We'll not make much progress today if the questions are very long, or indeed the answers are very long. So, and I've got a growing list here, so please.
I don't think you will see necessarily much improvement. I think there is. I think the data is a bit dodgy with the fall. But then again, why have your main target based on dodgy data, which has always been a bit dodgy in my mind? Because, and not just to the UK, but in terms of other countries. Because this isn't really about the health system, which I think is probably fairly equitable and reasonably efficient. That's what most of the international studies suggest about the NHS. It's more about lifestyles, behavioural patterns and stuff like that. And while more money is being put into these issues, I wouldn't say, as again to go back to the Christie Commission, and I think that's what their main point was, that you need this radical shift, whether it's an early years intervention or other preventative measures, to get to that better lifestyle outcomes. And that is really what drives healthy life expectancy. And that's what comes through with other systems. It's not necessarily about money. Again, if you look at the international studies, you can have very similar outcomes in terms of life expectancies, even amongst the Scandinavian countries, with very different inputs in terms of cash. So I think, again, it's the debate between what the NHS gets, a hell of a lot, and what the other bits get that is, how that is moved around that will be more important, I think, in pushing forward the healthy life expectancy issue. David?
Yeah, I mean, it's just there's different levels of outcome. There's outcomes associated with the health service, and you can drive efficiency, about waiting times, all these, people who have cancer being seen quickly, all of these things, but that won't be reflected in healthy life expectancy for some time to come. Just one thing, however, that I would mention, it's another piece of research, but and it's on the UK as a whole. The UK has the second highest rate of mortality amenable to health care. So of the things that you die of that are amenable to health care, the UK has the second highest rate of mortality among 16 high-income nations. So it's still, we may be getting more efficient at meeting certain targets, but there's still stuff that clearly we could be doing better.
And probably last is the USA.
Yes.
And the USA is always last on these things by a country mile, so effectively we are, next to...
Just sorry to go, but there is a really interesting thing happening in the US, that life expectancy is falling among poorer whites in the US. In the last 2 or 3 years, it's a bit like what happened in Russia after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Life expectancy is falling. Obesity, heart disease, all these things. But amongst high-income nations in the last 50 years, that's hardly ever happened.
Well, I'll come back in later, I think.
I'll get a chance.
I think I'll come back in later, but thank you very much for that, yes.
We've all had notice, I think. Mark MacDonald, and followed by Nanette Millen.
Okay, kind of follows on quite neatly because it was brought up again during the questions there. Both witnesses have spoken about the concept of a radical shift in terms of expenditure towards preventative spend, and both have suggested that we're not seeing that. So the question would be, for the witnesses, how would they see, what would they see an actual radical shift from their perspective looking like in terms of a shift to preventative spend? To them, what would it look like if from their perspective, that was actually happening?
Yeah, I don't think I actually did say that, although okay. In general, I agree with it. I think perhaps I would suggest that the Chief Medical Officer has an interesting take on this, and it's about place and using assets. And if you're talking about prevention, you aren't necessarily talking about spending in the health service. You're talking about spending that affects people's behaviours. And that may mean spending, more in deprived areas to try to change behaviours. Now, the trouble with this is, as we basically alluded to already, the time before you see significant improvements extends well beyond the length of a parliament. That is unfortunately the bottom line. We know that other countries spend more on prevention, but to say, yeah, we should have a radical shift into prevention, in general terms, it's motherhood and apple pie. Everybody agrees with it, but nobody is absolutely certain what it means. Which forms of prevention are those which give you the better outcomes 10 years hence, 20 years hence, and so on? And I think, nevertheless, what the Chief Medical Officer has been talking about is worth having a serious, is worthy of serious consideration.
I think we both gave evidence last year on this in terms of early years interventions, which again, I think there's a fund being put forward in the budget last year and continuing this year, but it really, it's welcome, but it's not changing the focus away from treating illness to actually stopping it in the first place. I mean, obviously early years goes much wider. It goes in terms of education, law and order and everything. But I mean, it would have a big impact on health as well. And health is probably one of the key drivers. So I think that, I would again say that that is probably the best place to start and would have the greatest impact. That may not be exactly in your remit, but it's partly in your remit. And I think that needs to be driven by a number of committees as very important. Obviously, lifestyle is important in terms of smoking, drinking, things like that. There's a big issue though in Scotland in terms of, I mean, I could do an enormously long answer here, but I won't. On alcohol and the analysis of alcohol statistics, which to my mind is extremely poor. There is an alcohol problem in Scotland, but it's not the one that's described and discussed by and large in Scotland. There's also issues like sports facilities, which are getting better, but it wasn't that long ago where there was, you know, for example, the number of swimming pools in Scotland was abysmal. But again, I think more could be put into these areas. But there is still this unknown issue, this Glasgow effect, Scotland effect thing, which I think the Glasgow Centre of Population Health is looking at, and they just, you know, them and others should just be given a lot more time, money, whatever, to push that forward and understand what is at the root of causing that, and then hopefully that can be addressed directly rather than indirectly, which is what we're currently trying to do, kind of guessing at the problem. And again, to reinforce what David said there, once problems are this stubborn, they're extremely difficult to overcome and can be very costly to overcome. There was a study done in the US which estimated that to get severely deprived children up to the average in terms of education would require 9 times the average budget to be spent on that child. Now this is America, this is Britain, so it's slightly different, but it does give some idea of what the scale of differential spending that can be needed sometimes to overcome these problems.
Okay. Another point which Professor Bell, you touched on, you were talking about the shifts from resource to capital. Obviously, Audit Scotland had a report quite recently which spoke about I think it was a £1 billion repair backlog within the NHS in Scotland. Obviously, if we shift money towards the capital in the NHS and deal with some of that backlog, then that would then potentially not so much free up resource, but mean that resource spend isn't being used on, for example, buildings which require significant maintenance and therefore are a drain on the resource budget. So while we talk about the resource budget reducing because there's money being shifted to capital, it may be that that shift to capital means you don't need to spend some of that resource that you were otherwise spending and wasting.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. You know, in general terms, what I think of a capital spend doing is increasing the ability of the economy in general to supply goods and services, but also in specifically when you're talking about the public services, you may be spending capital to save money on the resource budget in the short term and in the long term. So, you know, even things like energy efficiency, additional capital spend may have a short-term resource cost, but in the long run, a better outcome.
It's just for my clarification, because you know, I think we are all on this page about you know, better, you know, I think going back to last year when you know we're here again, and the budget and the spending review, the government said that we needed a decisive shift towards prevention, greater integration, better partnership, collaboration, and we as a committee were saying, you know, that should be a priority. We should be looking at the change funds to help, you know, do that. And we had concerns about how we could follow that process because we can't really get to those, you know, scrutiny of those budgets as a committee and the health board budgets. But you seem to be saying today, to stop us going backwards, as he's described earlier this morning, you seem to be suggesting that it's not just the process here, it's about having some clear objectives of what we want to do, because I think we're all on the page about shift to prevention, greater collaboration, integration. I think this committee and the government are very interested in these areas about how we push that forward. But are you saying this morning that's simply not enough just to shift those budgets? We need to be clear in our objectives. Or?
I mean, I think it requires some shift of budget, but I suppose what we're saying is it requires some more of probably more so a shift of mindset. So, for example, if in the great public statements and publications that are made, everybody says that life expectancy or healthy life expectancy is the main target that you're aiming for, and then you completely ignore when figures are published that shows it's actually declining in Scotland, then what is the point in making that, putting that in the first place? And you're not really interested in healthy life expectancy. I'm not saying you or anybody did. You're not collectively interested in that. You're actually interested in making sure, for political purposes, that the NHS gets its ban at consequentials, and that the number of nurses is kept at a certain level, or the number of police or whatever. And those are inputs, they're not outcomes. So now I understand that is kind of, it's easier to, the press are more interested in these things, it's easier to discuss these things, but it doesn't take us back to the headline or the principal outcomes that you're really looking for. And I think that there is now to make that shift. One is in the mindset and the debate, but then you do need some money freed up. But I think there is an opportunity at the minute, even within the tight budget. In health, it's not a tight budget, and so there is an opportunity to change that funding at the minute. If that money that David described earlier on had not gone into wages, they would be, I don't know, £500 million, at least £500 million, free to have gone into other things, which could have been prevention. But I don't know who's getting this extra money in the health service. Doctors, perhaps. Everybody, I don't know. But if they were getting the same deals as in local government, then there would be an awful lot of extra money that could be spent on a shift into these other areas.
The shift isn't happening then in terms of, although we as a committee, the government are saying we need more integration, more prevention. Yeah. Where are the indicators within the budget that there's a determination to make that happen in terms of the change agenda, the preventive agenda, the integration? Where's the shift on the budget that we're looking for at a local level, between the boards and local government? Where is it at a government level?
I mean, just to say one thing about boards. Boards are allocated money according to a formula, and that formula moves at a glacial pace. The changes in the formula just don't happen very fast at all, which means that by and large you're pretty much on fixed relative sized budgets across health boards. Now, is that a good thing? Well, if there are clearly developing problems which aren't particularly picked up in the formula, then some health boards are going to find their cost envelope easier to deal with than others are. It's meant to be that they're all under equal pressure because the formula allocates accurately as a measure of the resource pressure, but it's not always clear that that's the case.
Okay. Got a supplementary on this from Gil Patterson before I move to Nanette.
Yes. In preventative spending, is there not a kind of contradiction in terms that, or the, how can I put it, is the barrier for preventative spending not in this room? Is it not the political class that caused that? Because the very thing that Professor Bell said, that it led into that, convener. The point being that is there not indeed a covenant between the parties to, if we identify preventative is going to move forward, rather than we hear the headlines all the time about things not going forward in terms of perhaps nurses, doctors, whatever it is. We can only spend the money once, so if you spend it in preventative, then clearly you can't spend it elsewhere. Now, my question really was, to Professor McLaren, do you have any models anywhere else where they really use the power of the political class united to drive forward with preventative spending? Because I don't think they do it very well here.
Before you come back in, I think I've got another supplementary on that preventive spend. Sorry, Nanette. And I'll ask you to take that question and respond to both the supplementaries before I move to. Drew.
Apologies, Nanette. It is just a brief one, but I mean, Professor McLaren, you made a specific plea in relation to research funding around the Glasgow effect, which I would certainly support. But is there a need for us to have a much greater understanding of what preventative spend is before we analyse a lot of this stuff? Because it seems to me that almost anything can be defined as preventative spend for those people who are seeking you to spend money in that particular area. So is there a budgetary need for us to spend more trying to understand what preventative spend is before we then analyse whether or not we've got it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there is a definition issue. I'm sure the NHS could make a claim that they should get all the money still because they've got all these preventative things. But I suspect that a lot of those preventative things that they're talking about are like, it's like job training when you're 16 versus putting the money in early years. Yeah. It is a help, but the returns on it are an awful lot less than if you do it at an earlier age. And so again, those are things that go outside not only the NHS budget, but the perhaps the health budget as a whole as well. So it is important to get that right. In terms of examples of preventative spend, I think one of the problems that you have is that I know a bit about health, and I've obviously got a lot of, hopefully, about economics and finance. I don't know an awful lot about health. I don't know about the details. I'm not a health economist. And I think it's disappointing that in Scotland we're still not getting a lot of either academics or think tanks that are looking at Scotland specifically and coming up with ideas. In London, you can't move for a think tank, certainly around Westminster sort of thing. And I think there's a lack of people with a greater information than I have that to help you in some of these things. I can take part of the way, but unfortunately I'm not that, because this is not my specialist area. I only have certain examples of these things. But the OECD and the Commonwealth Fund, they do some good work in this area that should be able to give some good guidance.
Yeah, just on the preventative, what is preventative spend? My mother always fed me cod liver oil. Was it a preventative spend? I don't know. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. She certainly did it with the best of intentions. But that's the kind of difficulty you're up against with this stuff. And if I can just put in a little advert for some of the work that we're doing, or we're doing with some other universities. We were approached by the National Institute of Aging in the US to put in an application for a study of older people in Scotland that would follow them through time. And there are a lot of these studies around the world. Scotland is the only part of Northern Europe that doesn't have such a study. But it's only by following people through time that you can see the effect of an intervention that might have happened 10 years ago having a beneficial effect, 10 years later. So we're hoping that we'll hear very shortly whether that is going to get off the ground, but we've applied to the National Institute of Aging in Washington to start that process.
Nanette Millen, followed by Rhoda Grant.
Ask a little bit about freeing up cash. And you probably know we've just recently been doing an inquiry into prescribing and looking at the sort of drugs issue. And clearly the drugs available to the NHS are under really intense scrutiny via the SMC and area drug committees, and there's a whole lot of scrutiny goes on there. What came out in one of our evidence sessions was that the same sort of scrutiny is not applied to other procedures within the NHS. I mean, having come through the NHS myself, I've seen some procedures have been the flavour of the month perhaps 10 years ago, have faded into the background, others come through. Is there any meaningful research being done onto really the cost effectiveness of some of the procedures going on within the NHS, particularly probably in the acute sector? And if not, should it be? And the other part of my question was, and health boards year on year are asked to make savings. Is that a sustainable way of coping with the budget?
Just an immediate response to the first part of your question there. Actually, there's a huge amount of information provided by Information Services Division, ISD, on costs. But it seems to me it's kind of stops.
Yeah, I was thinking in relation to outcomes.
Yeah,
If you're talking about
well,
outcomes.
it's not then linked to the outcome, so you can tell what different procedures cost in different hospitals, but there's no linkage of that information to the outcomes, as you say, and indeed not much analysis of what are sometimes very big differences across different health boards or even different hospitals in the costs of different procedures. And this may be perfectly explainable, but it does seem a bit odd that that is the case. Yeah.
Well, just strikes me we're talking really huge amounts of money, and
Absolutely.
you can find out just how effective they are. It might be quite a meaningful way forward.
I agree with David's point about ISD. I mean, I did some work a couple of years ago that looked at Scottish health statistics and said that there was a great need for a lot more analysis, and was told by various people, we've got all this data, and it's like, yes, but you don't really analyse it. You've got it, and you print it, but you don't analyse it. It's a bit like the Scottish economy. The figures are published, but they're not really analysed as to what is really happening underneath that. I think there's an interesting thing in terms of the NHS as a whole, partly in Scotland, partly in the UK, in that the price. People always say that the NHS needs more money because its costs rise faster than inflation, and that is true. But it's not because of the cost of drugs; it's because of the cost of the staff. That is always well above inflation and has been for over a decade. Actually, other costs, non-staff costs, are rising below inflation by and large over the last decade or so. That's figures from Spice from last year, I think. So that suggests that they're actually, maybe, apart from the staff, that they're actually being quite efficient in what they do. Hopefully that is the case. And so, but again, it's not brought together. It's not sort of said this is what we do in this board, and you can learn from that. As far as I can see, so it's difficult to get cross savings from that. In terms of efficiency savings, my view has always been. You can say what you like about efficiency savings, and they will always be delivered. But it's pretty much meaningless, and that's what most national audit offices say as well, because they'll find a way of just saying that this is, and you can't prove it one way or another, sort of thing. So I think it's better to just forget that. And I don't think people really pay that much attention to it. But I mean, the difficulty with a lot of health stuff, and it's with public services in general, is that in terms of cost effectiveness or looking at the productivity, it's quite difficult to do. What is the productivity of a teacher? What is the productivity of a nurse versus what is the productivity of somebody in manufacturing? Much more difficult to do. But there has been progress recently, but only at a UK level in health. I don't think there's any Scottish figures yet. And again, even though it's difficult, I think that just means more of an effort has to be put in to trying to understand better what we're doing and how well we're doing it.
Just to put in context to your question about drugs, the drugs budget in primary care has gone up by 6.3% between 2008 and 2011, against an overall rise of 11.4%, which kind of reinforces John's point that it's really wage costs that are driving up overall costs. That's not to say that there might be possibilities for further saving on the drugs budgets. I've had discussions with public health people who suggest that drugs aren't necessarily used all that efficiently or properly, and there might be something more that could be done around that.
Thank you.
Thanks, and Rhoda Grant.
Thank you. Can I just ask around questions around the cost of ageing to the NHS? That was something I think you both touched on in your opening statements. But what impact is that having now, and how is that going to increase year on year? And is it due to an ageing population, or an ageing population that doesn't have good health? I mean, where does that fall down?
I mean, the fastest growth in the different age groups in the population is amongst what are called the oldest old, so 85 and above. These people are very likely to be disabled. Therefore, they need, some kind of intervention. The one where living healthily may not make much difference is dementia. And it's dementia which poses, I think, the biggest challenge to the health service over the next couple of decades. And the reason for the oldest old growing, increasing most rapidly is the effect of the baby boomers. So we're talking, there has been some increase over time up to now, but it will accelerate in the number of oldest old people as the baby boomers hit that 80 barrier and so on. So it may be into the next decade before the full effect is felt, but there's no doubt that it's coming unless some intervention in particular to assist with dementia is found, and so far there has not been any successful medical intervention, at least, for that disease. And once you get above 90, it's like 40%, the incidence is around 40% of people having dementia.
I think the cost of ageing, I think that there will be a sort of phony war bit for a while. I think it's probably in the 2020s when it really starts to kick in, but it kicks in with a vengeance then. I think you're already getting it in some countries, I think Japan and I think Italy sooner. They'll hit it earlier. But we will eventually get there. And it's one of these things, we kind of knew that the pensions thing was coming, but we didn't do anything about it. And now we're struggling with it and it's upon us. We know this is coming. If we don't do anything about it, then will just hit us when it comes again. But it's one of these things you need to plan for well in advance. And I'm not sure that within any of the countries of the UK that's necessarily being properly addressed. I think one of the difficulties is that with good prevention spend and policies won't necessarily save you any money, because people will be getting older and there was still the time that they need to be spent in health and hospitals will grow with that. But if you don't have good prevention, then the unhealthy part of your life expectancy is going to grow, and the problem is going to get even worse. So that's why the prevention is actually still very important, even if it doesn't actually save you money on in certain senses. But I think that the care for the elderly element at the minute is something that concerns me in Scotland. I'm not quite. I think the idea that self-directed support is a good way to go forward because it could be more cost efficient has been put forward, and some countries have gone further than the UK. I think Netherlands has got, and a few other countries are pushing this forward. But we're kind of still stalling in Scotland of, oh, well, it's some people don't like it and it's this and it's that sort of thing. But if it's not self-directed care, then we need to know what it is, because the current system can't be sustained. It is too expensive.
Yeah, could I just jump in and say that also what this means is a gradual shift in the emphasis from healthcare towards social care, because a lot of this dementia stuff is associated with social care. And there, of course, we have a completely different funding model. As far as personal care is concerned, yes, it's kind of like the NHS, but other forms of care, no. And if you go into a care home, then you're covering £160 a week of your care from the free personal and the nursing care elements. But the cost is between £500 and £600 a week, so you still have to meet that difference. And so Scotland is no different from the rest of the UK in terms of people losing their wealth relatively rapidly if they have a long stay in care. So, what happens in respect of DILNUT, the DILNUT report, which looked into that and suggested that there should be a £35,000 total cap on social care spend, affects Scotland as well. We cannot assume that somehow or other free personal care has sorted all of this. It hasn't.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, just going back to what Professor McLaren alluded to, and I think Gil Patterson as well, about how we deal with this, with reducing budgets going forward. money available is going to be less. But how can we achieve the change we need to achieve rather than the change that we can achieve? The easy targets that we all go for. How do we do that with declining budget?
I think what we've said on a number of occasions is you don't have a declining budget. You've got a rapidly increasing budget in health, in the NHS, which is part of the health budget. Now, if you don't spend that on wages, then you've got a lot of money up to 2016-17 probably to put into other things. If you keep the same model as you've currently got, it'll just go in the same areas as it's gone. But the debate, the political debate from all parties is still the full ban consequentials for NHS go to NHS. Well, you won't change things if that is the case. But if you say it goes to health as a whole, and then it goes into either into social care sites for the elderly or into more prevention or a bit of both sort of thing, then there is a chance, a way of doing that. But you have to get hold of the wages issue to do that. And actually, you're on the tail end of the wages issue because most of the other parts of the public sector have already taken their wage cuts or their wage freezes. And you're going to have to ask the health sector to do that in the future, which would have been easier to do at the beginning.
Can I just follow on from that? The workforce is absolutely critical to delivering enhanced services if that's what we're doing. And we're trying to do that against a likely situation of pay restraint for a number of years. So there's a huge problem of incentivizing and energizing the workforce in order to do that. Now, I think that some work is going on around that from NHS education. I've certainly been at discussions where there's talk of having a college where there's more, a public services college in Scotland where there's more cross-fertilisation across different parts of the public sector. Unless we get radical thinking in the way the workforce is organised, none of this is going to happen. It's already a huge problem and it cannot be taken forward unless you take forward the workforce with you.
I don't think I've got Bob. I think you may want back at Aileen. Sorry. Yes, sure.
Thanks very much. Just a very small supplement. Just to sort of ask whether there are any other countries or models that you're aware of who are perhaps embarking on a or trying to do a similar thing in terms of preventative spend that would be certainly worth the committee having a look at in this regard.
I do know that I'm not sure about embarking on it, but I do know that other countries, the Scandinavian countries and Holland, have higher proportions of their overall spend on preventative spend. Now, of course, that may be a quirk of the statistics and how it's calculated and so on, but I would suggest that there are possibly some models in Northern Europe that might be worth having a look at to see how they take this forward. And we know that these countries do have better outcomes, things like longer survival times after cancer, and on a whole range of health interventions they do better. Not necessarily with massively higher spend, but with different models. It's not, the NHS isn't mirrored exactly anywhere else.
Yeah.
So it's worth having a look, seems to me.
I think a lot of countries are starting to look at this. And by the way, quite a lot of countries are not protecting health spend. Wales, the Welsh government isn't. The Irish government certainly isn't, mainly through their workforce again. But Ireland's allocation system was pretty crap, to be honest, and they accepted that themselves. And they did a major piece of work, and they got the ESRI to do it, and there's volumes and volumes of it to look at what's the examples from around the world, and how do we reconfigure this, given that they're extremely difficult circumstances. I think that's definitely worth having a look at. The Welsh considered a different system before, using the Welsh Health Survey, which is a different one from what we have anywhere else in the UK, as a different way of looking at the allocation. Again, I think that's probably worth having a look at, although they've since suspended it for political reasons, because it was going to reallocate too much. and that can never happen. There's also a major piece of work done by the OECD, I think last year, the year before, which looked at the efficiency of different countries and worked out that for most countries, if they followed best practice, it could improve life expectancy, to put that into cost as well, but in this case, life expectancy by a couple of years. In the UK's case, which generally means England, but nevertheless, UK is 3 years. So there's obviously a lot of efficiency, and they deemed that the most efficient countries were Australia, Korea, Japan, and Switzerland. But the Commonwealth Fund and others will have other areas that see greater efficiencies. There is examples around where you can. It's always difficult to transform one country into your own country, but there's still lessons that can be learned and work that has been done.
Okay, thanks. If there's no Bob, would you like to come back in?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. It was in relation to the discussion we were having in relation to a rapidly ageing population and how we manage that in terms of health and social care. And Professor McLaren commented about a rapidly increasing health budget, but that being a political priority that casts a shadow over other areas of the budget. And with integration of health and social care on the horizon, I'm looking at the budget lines here, and the figure we've got from 2010, we don't have what will happen in the coming financial year, is a transfer of £360 million from NHS boards to social work departments in local authorities. I'm not sure how that figure is arrived at on an annual basis. I'm not sure what scrutiny there is of how each individual local authority is making best use of that figure. So there seems to be a large input of £360 million. To give an example to the witnesses, Greater Glasgow and Clyde Health Board alone gives £120 million to social work services of local authorities. Glasgow alone gets £72 million of that. Has any work been done about how that figure's arrived at and how well any of these local authorities spend that? If so, it would be helpful to the committee if you could point us in that direction, and if not, what kind of questions would you be seeking to ask? Because quite rightly, when we're examining the Health Board budget, we have to make sure every pound spent via that budget, even if it's within local authorities, is spent well.
Just a quick preamble to that. Another thing that relates to this is the housing budget, because the amount of suitable housing for elderly disabled people is far short of where it should be. So that's another area. But this issue of transfers is something that Spice has looked into, and I've tried to have a go at, and it's not really very transparent. I know of no substantial investigation into how it happens, and you're absolutely right. The numbers for example, Greater Glasgow transfers 6% of its budget into social work, whereas Borders, where you would think the proportion would be higher because it's got an older population, transfers 1.5%. There's a big variation across local authorities, and there's not much clarity about how it happens. It's negotiations between heads of health board or chief executives of health boards and chief executives of local authorities, and very little is known about that process. And it does seem to me to be very important, because it means that you're not really scrutinising the whole budget if some of it is going off into another area of responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of issues. I think that what was said in the Crawford Beveridge report about the need for health and social care budgets to be more intertwined is correct, and I guess that's what the government is trying to do, and that's what all parties want to do. But it's kind of like on the one hand, you're giving a political commitment to maintain NHS in current in real spending terms. And then on the other hand, you're trying to integrate the two, but it doesn't really work. And as Beveridge said, you can't really protect the whole of it, because that would be enormous. So you really shouldn't protect any of it. You should just give them what they need, but without this sort of like cast iron. Because maybe when ageing kicks in, maybe they don't need that money so much now. That should be spent more on other things. But then when ageing kicks in later on, then they need the money rather than getting it up front, and it could be spent better in other ways. I think the other thing I would say is that I mean, the health budget is a huge budget. It's what, well about a third of the total budget. I don't think it's really, it's not broken down and analysed very much. You know, if you look at, say, how the tourism budget is analysed, or the Scottish Enterprise budget is analysed, or schools, or something like that, I think there's a lot more that could be done, whether it's by the Audit Office or ISD or whoever. But I think there's more that could be done, so that you find out, for example, as we both said before, if the relative health spending advantage from Scotland versus the UK has fallen from 14% to 8% in 2 or 3 years, and nobody's actually looked at that or bothered to find out why it's happened, then perhaps you've got too much money.
Just in terms of how we do take forward this scrutiny in the future, because with integration of health and social care it will become increasingly important. The two aspects of that is a single accountable officer in charge of integrated services and a single budget. Do you think there's a need for Parliament to scrutinise that single budget as a focus, rather than looking at local authority budgets and NHS budgets as we go forward as a Parliament?
I mean, that certainly makes absolute sense to me, that if they are to go together administratively, then the scrutiny has to be combined as well. I mean, it's clear that one of the reasons why health boards are doing this is to save costs. The average inpatient cost for a week in a hospital is around £2,700, and if that person can be cared for in a care home, you're talking 500 to 600. So clearly, if it is suitable for the person to be cared for in a local authority care home, there are very substantial savings to be made, and it's about getting people into the accommodation that suits them, that is most appropriate for them, and often that may mean nearer home. For all kinds of reasons, you might want to have them back in the community.
Thank you, and a better quality of life as well for them. Yeah, thank you.
Right, and no other questions on that. I'm looking beyond you, and I'm looking at our next panel, you know, the round table, and it's a reminder that we are the Health and Sport Committee as well. And I noted in the SPICE briefing, I think that there's no specific indicators or targets for sport in terms of the budget context. Have you got any comment on that before you leave, given the preventive strategies, given all of the enthusiasm after the Olympics, and how we can push forward here, and the commitment all around? Is it something we should be concerned about, that there's no targets or indicators, or it's not seen in the budget context?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some big issues about any large sporting event. I think one of the big issues, and I think it's probably with the Olympics as well, is the how it affects the health of the country as a whole post the Olympics. How much it's just for elites and how much that moves over. And it's rather disappointing to my mind that you then basically probably the Olympic Stadium will be turned into a place for West Ham fans. I've been there a few times, to go along and do whatever they do at. And, you know, you've got this opportunity to make something, you know, a national centre, and you could do something like the Commonwealth Games. On the other side, if you don't look at the basically PR guff that some economists will give you about the benefits of big sporting events, but look at the decent work that's done, there's a lot of pitfalls that can happen. A lot of sporting events don't make any money, lose quite a lot of money in the long run, and actually the money that is spent on those sporting events could have been much better spent in other areas. Nobody ever does that with the Olympics. You don't look at what could all that money have been spent on. Now, and obviously it's not the same scale with the Commonwealth Games, but there's still an opportunity to be a bit more hard-headed about what is going to come out of the other end that will benefit Scotland in the longer term.
Yeah, just on the prevention agenda, it seems to me that the big sporting events are largely probably irrelevant. It's getting participation among very young people across the board in sport. And actually, there are good models, it seems to me, out there in Scotland. Club golf does very well with trying to expose all people in primary school or young kids in primary school to golf before they leave primary school. That sort of thing seems to me to be admirable.
Okay, just helped set the scene, but thank you. And a bit of light relief from the very sobering and challenging evidence you've provided us with this morning, and I hope that we find that useful in terms of how we shape our work programme and our budget scrutiny. Thank you very much for your attendance and your evidence this morning. I suspend at this point quickly, and we're going to set up for the round table for our next session. Thank you very much again, both of you. We now move to our second item on the agenda, the final panel of witnesses in our community sport inquiry. And I think it would be useful, as we've done in the previous inquiries, just to introduce ourselves. My name's Duncan McNeill, convener of the committee and MSP for Greenock and Inverclyde, and I would ask you, John, to go around this way.
Okay. Change from my name's John Taylor. I'm a research fellow at the School of Sport at the University of Stirling.
Bob Doris, MSP for Glasgow and Deputy Convener of the Health Committee. And Sport Committee, of course.
Scott Cuthbertson, I'm the Community Development Coordinator for the Equality Network.
Drew Smith, member for Glasgow.
Ian Diamond, I'm Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University of Aberdeen, and I'm on the board of British University Sport.
Nanette Milne, MSP for North East Scotland.
Rebecca Simpson, Youth Active Manager at Youth Scotland.
Gil Patterson, MSP for Clydebank Mulgai.
David Torrance, MSP, Kirkcaldy constituency.
Nanette Nutri, Chair of Physical Activity for Health at the University of Edinburgh and Director of the Scottish Physical Activity Research Collaboration.
Aileen MacLeod, MSP for South Scotland.
Charlie Rayburn, here as an independent consultant, which is difficult to tell you about, but used to be Manager of Sport in West Lothian Council.
Rhoda Grant, Highlands and Islands MSP.
Joe Bradley, Senior Lecturer at the School of Sport at the University of Stirling.
And Mark MacDonald, MSP for North East Scotland.
Thank you all very much for that. And I think it's fallen to me after a brief consultation in the break to sort of open us up. And you know, in this session we will try and do more listening and as committee members and encourage debate across our panel here. The question I think I've come up with is trying to provide this seamless connection between our previous and ask this panel the question. Given that the SPICE briefing that we have for the budget, you know, suggests that there's no specific indicators or target for sport in the budget context, while there's aims and objectives of increasing participation and improving performance. These are based currently based on the household survey. Is that a serious approach to the importance of sport in terms of preventive strategies and promotion as a country? Anyone want to take that? General Charlie Rayburn.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, if I could just elaborate briefly before I try and respond. First of all, why am I here is really because of a passionate interest in this particular issue of community sport, and always have done. Still a volunteer and a whole lot of different things, but it's about, in a way, the infrastructure for community sport. As somebody that worked for most of my life for local authorities, I believe that if effectively the framework of legislation and the targeting, as you're questioning, is very limited, I think it's hugely ambiguous to say, as we have currently in the planning legislation, that we just have at local authority level adequate and appropriate facilities for sport and recreation. I don't think there's really much behind that, is there? I mean, you could move in a million different directions on that one, and so we do. The other bit of legislation that does exist about well-being, but again, the complication about well-being is how on earth do you measure it? The issue of the household survey, I believe, and I think you're meeting the government advisor on physical activity later on this morning. I think if we want to measure straight physical activity in terms of health, then I think the health world has to measure that, not necessarily the sport world. But it is, I think, on the lines of the guidance, which of course is on the basis of, you know, an hour a day for young people, half an hour of moderate intensity for adults. And I think, in a way, there's an obligation for the health world to measure that one.
Anyone else? Professor Diamond.
Simply to say, if I may, that a survey such as the one you described can be an appropriate mechanism to measure over time progress, so long as you are asking a sensible set of questions. And the reason I say this is because the areas that we're looking at are somewhat complex, and you cannot simply say we will have one question on a survey and expect that that will provide us with some targets. Having said that, one could put a module together for a survey such as the one that you have, which would provide you with, over time, indicators of progress. But you need to, before that, decide that the whole agenda that you're talking about, for example, sport and its indication for health, is one that you're trying to measure. And I would say that I think you can measure well-being and you can measure participation all in the same survey, and it's the most appropriate place to do it.
But the activities based on a 4-week period, is that sufficient in time?
The way I looked at some of the briefings I've seen appeared to be saying a relatively small number of occasions in a 4-week period. That seemed to me not to be, once in 4 weeks is scarcely going to impact, in my opinion, a huge amount on health. So therefore, you need to have a much more complex set of questions to understand exactly the types of health and well-being that you're trying to impact on.
Thank you. Professor Mutri?
Thank you, Convener. I believe in Scotland we do have such a survey. In the Scottish Health Survey, it adequately measures physical activity and sport and activity related to transport, activity at home, activity in domestic pursuits, and can total to the 150 minutes minimum that is the current recommendation for achieving health benefit from activity. And it can measure the 60 minutes for children on a daily basis too. And of course, this survey is where the target from Scotland's very good policy, Let's Make Scotland More Active, a 20-year policy set for getting 50% of the population reaching those minimums by 2022, that survey is the one in which these targets are set. So in reviewing the documents from this committee and policies you've referred to, I was quite surprised not to see Let's Make Scotland More Active within the documentation. And there's a clear gap between sport and physical activity here. And I would really like to see that joined up, and much more of the discussion should be about sport and physical activity. There are elements of sport that can provide health benefits, but not all of it does, and not all of the population will ever participate in it sufficiently to gain health benefits. So we have a unique moment in time in which physical inactivity is the 4th leading cause of mortality around the world, higher than obesity. And we have the Toronto Charter telling us how to spend most successfully to gain physical activity increases. 7 investments are noted. Scotland is doing all of them. And one of them is to create sport for all ethos. And that's where maybe sport and physical activity can join together. And having said that, I think not to mention the physical activity policy, Let's Make Scotland More Active, is a disservice. Around the world, we are seen as one of the leading countries in having such a policy. And we've had a review of that policy. No country, to my knowledge, has ever had a 20-year policy for physical activity and reviewed it. And more importantly, we're actually on our road to achieving that target over the 10 years that the policy has been in existence.
Do we have a response from the panellists? First of all, John Taylor.
I'd just like to comment in connection with Nanette Mutre's comments on physical activity. I think there needs to be greater clarity in what we're talking about when we're talking about sport. Are we talking about sport, which many people would understand it as kind of rule-based activities, or are we talking more about physical activity, which is general movement? Are we talking about exercise? Or in some cases, are we talking about physical education? And sometimes in the debates about these things, people confuse them. And actually, I think that leads to potentially poor policy making unless we're absolutely clear what it is we're talking about. And as Nanette has suggested, sport can, in some sports, in certain circumstances, can make a contribution towards health, but not necessarily all sports. I'm talking about this in terms of physical health benefits. But physical activities, which might not be sports, can actually make a positive contribution to people's health.
Definition. Is there any of the other panellists? I've got a couple of bids from committee members, but I'm just wondering if any of the panellists want to come in at this point. No, I've got Drew Smith, and I think I've had a bid from Lynette Millen on this general area?
Thank you. I don't want to so much respond to Professor Moutray as maybe kind of pose a question from where that takes us. And I think the committee has been conscious in not focusing this inquiry around physical activity and very much trying to keep it focused around community sport is to do a service to community sport in its own right as being an important policy area rather than to underplay the importance of physical activity. And I think it's certainly something that we'll come back to. But what it has throughout led us to attention, and particularly when we discussed the budget there and issues around preventative spend and what we mean by preventative spend and how we define and understand it. To what extent do you think there is attention, particularly in a time of limited budgets, of trying to, there will always be examples of sports groups who say, well, funding is there as long as you focus it around physical activity, so we'll go down that route. Physical activity, on the physical activity side, there's a tendency to stray into sport because they might say, right, well, cashback is available down that route. Do we have a clear understanding that these two things, that increasing physical activity is very important for health reasons, but community sport is also important in its own right, and that these two things are distinct but interrelated? And how do we get that balance right in policy making terms?
Absolutely correctly. They are important in their own right. You know, fundamentally, looking at the events debate that you've just had, do we balance the chance to get high-performing athletes against a healthier nation? No, we want some of each of that. And so there will presumably be a balance between sport for its own sake, to allow people to reach their potential, to participate for social capital, for the joy of competition. You know, I'm not against sport. I'm proud to say I have over 30 international caps for squash for Scotland. So I love that side of it. But for health, we need a clearer focus. And I'm seeking for more joined-up policy, I think, from government to show the role that physical activity can play. And if we take the previous debate too of the ageing population, with more older adults going to be in our population than younger people quite soon, there's the place that physical activity can play its most major role, because that's when ill health happens. It's quite hard to prove the health benefits of sport for children because they're not yet ill. And it takes all the way through to older age until we see some of these benefits, preventing osteoporosis, preventing falls, preventing fractures, the mental health budget. Indeed, one of our recent reports, which NHS Health Scotland has at the moment, suggests that inactivity conservatively costs Scotland £94.1 million per annum. That's £18 per resident. But even conceiving 10% of that to be spent in prevention would have a much bigger impact on the health spend than other areas we've been discussing. That hasn't been debated much yet, how to spend to save, as it were, in the physical activity domain. And yes, sport will play a part, but if we look at the ageing population, it's the more general physical activities of walking, cycling, swimming is an activity that people keep going through their whole lifespan, gardening, dancing, that, as John Taylor said, would not normally be conceived of as sport, and indeed the public don't conceive of them as sport, and that is where some of the tension lies.
John Taylor.
Just a point about what the definition of community sport might be and what the challenges of that might be. I've recently been involved in some evaluations of community programmes, such as the Girls on the Move programme and Sports Leaders UK that Rebecca has been involved in. The girls that were involved in Girls on the Move largely wanted to do dance leadership courses. They didn't want to do the sports leadership course. They were more interested in the dance leader. Very much community-based, very good outcomes for the girls taking part. But the question would be, would you regard that as community sport? For many people, that dance activity wouldn't come under, that's not sport. But from my perspective, looking at that particular programme and the impact it was having, it was very much about community-based activity, which I would potentially include in the definition of community sport. That's where some of the challenges exist with organisations such as Youth Scotland making the case for certain things. What's in, what's out, and what are we talking about when we talk about sport?
Perth and Kinross or Charlie Rayburn?
Excellent. I was just going to mention Perth and Kinross. I think Perth and Kinross I've mentioned in my submission have got a very good way of trying to define this, and also to put it against the backdrop of age stages, of life stages as they call them. And I think to me, there's one of the challenges is actually, particularly the world of what I'm calling competitive sport, community sport, is that those involved don't necessarily do it for physical activity. They will generally do it because of the fun, the opportunity. Ian and I were just talking about it because he hadn't realised he'd been a swimming referee and taking kids who had really not been performing top-end swimming, but they still wanted the opportunity to perform. In football, the equivalent term would be the guys with 2 left feet. You still want to play football, and I gather there's the odd MSP's game of football that is played. It may not be at top end, but it's the ability to, the enjoyment of being part of something. The main reason, I'm always an advocate of things Scandinavian, the main rationale is obviously a health one, but it tends to be well-being. And it is about being part of a family. And if you read the Perth and Kinross strategy, which framework has been mentioned, you'll see how strongly they put it. And it's also in the COSLA submission to the committee about the need for these extended families. So it isn't necessarily seen. I mean, from my point of view, in West Lothian, we set up a big group called West Lothian on the Move for the physical activity agenda. And sport is a part of that, but it's only part of that. But there is, the bit I'm talking about is the competitive sport, which is about belonging. And I think in this time of strife particularly, and I mentioned this 3 years ago when the predecessor committee, when they had their inquiry, that when families are breaking up, who do you belong to? Who gives a bit of time to you? We did one of the most marvellous projects that when I retired, was just taking off, was for older people. And the biggest increase in participation in Europe is people of my age. And it's not just, I have to say, physical activities. The evidence is that men especially still want to play, whether they've got, they still want to play something. You heard about the sitting football or the walking football earlier on in the inquiry. So it's to see this, that there is this thing. I think that's what Drew was talking about, that you need that belonging, but it plays a part in the physical activity. So it's how we articulate that, how we join it up. I think the active recreation, which we're talking about, what John was articulating, is bigger than competitive sport. There is a model here, which is I can give this to the clerks if you like. This is a sports participation in Europe study from Catholic University in Belgium, and they have a model which is of a church. They call the church model, and in the nave of the church is recreational sport, active recreation, but also is community sport. And then there's a spire of the church, and then you go to high-level competition and elite. So I really just say that because I think it is needed. If I'm a teacher, which I was, I need to know what I'm doing, what objectives, what experiences you're going to give people, what are the curricular things, what we actually experience you can do. If it's just physical activity, that's not just sport.
Any of the other panellists want to respond to that, because Nanette Miller wants to come in? Yes, please, Rebecca Simpson.
Hi, Rebecca Simpson, Youth Scotland. I just kind of want to pick up on a point that John Taylor mentioned. Youth Scotland works with over 50,000 young people a year through their membership, and about 94% of those people engage in sport, but it's not in sports clubs, it's not in their schools, it's in a youth club. And it's just really to ask, how do we capture those figures, because those are young people who probably don't think they're a member of a sport club or they're taking part in sport, because they more see it as they're taking part in games or physical activity. And it can be football, it can be handball, it can be, so it is all recognised sports, but it's delivered by their youth club workers, volunteers, not sports professionals, sport coaches. So how do we capture those figures in the sporting world, because it is sport, but it's also physical activity? So that was my question.
You mentioned the Perth and Kinross model. Does everyone accept that that's a good model that can capture this sort of information, and the debate about sport versus physical activity, and is it important at the point of developing the strategy more than the sort of debate that we've had round about the table today? Has anybody got a view on that? Or does it matter? Professor Diamond.
If I may, I don't know too much about the Perth and Kinross strategy, but the critical thing here, it seems to me, is trying to identify what it is that we're trying to impact on. So sport, it seems to me, and broadly defined physical activity is one of the very few things which impacts on very, very many things. So it does impact on health. It does impact on social cohesion. It does impact in some areas on crime. It certainly impacts on social esteem. It certainly provides an activity for life if one is prepared to do that. It's not going to have a direct, measurable impact on any one of those things through one individual intervention. What one needs to do is look at the bigger picture, the sort of things that Nanette Mutri, I thought, was beautifully saying a little earlier. And to do so, one then needs to say, okay, we're trying to impact on all these things. Should we invest in sport? And then how do you invest so as to hit people at different stages of their life course and to identify how to keep people moving through different transitions where we do see declines in physical activity? Because we do know that one of the things we need if we're talking about being a preventive health nation is a long-term commitment to physical activity, because healthy aging depends on it in an enormous way.
Nanette, please.
My initial question had been very similar to Drew's, but to maybe move on from what's been said. I mean, there's a lot of focus, and we've heard a lot during our inquiry about community sports hubs. And one of the representations, I think it was from the Ramblers, said they shouldn't be community sports hubs, there should be community sports, and I think it was recreation or physical activity hubs. I just wondered what the panel feels about that, and is this a sort of focus on bringing sport and physical activity together, and should we be looking at that as part of the sports hub concept? Professor Mutri.
Thank you, Convener. I think the answer to that is yes. I think that the elements of the public that we want to reach the most, the people that are doing the least amount of activity or sport, are not attracted to community sport hubs. Girls in particular, John Taylor's work, Youth Scotland's work. And so if we just widen it to sport and physical activity, we're at least giving a shot to public understanding that it's not just about competitive sport. And an interesting issue is how we train our physical education teachers, and at Edinburgh University, we're one of the major players in that area, and we must train them to teach beyond the traditional sports curriculum so that we fit in with the Curriculum for Excellence, which has now defined sport, physical education and physical activity as all being important dimensions to teach children. So I think the Curriculum for Excellence is starting in the right way to educate children early on. And so maybe some of this will, in a couple of generations, not be a tension between sport and physical activity. People will understand where they can get health benefit. But right now, we need to do everything we can to make sport more appealing to those parts of the public for whom it is not at the moment. So I would agree that widening the concept to sport and physical activity hubs, as suggested by the Ramblers and suggested in our response from Edinburgh University, would be an appropriate way to go.
Charlie Leyburn.
Community hubs, I think I've written a paper for the Hollywood Journal, which was published about a year and a half ago. And I do welcome it that, the secondary schools of Scotland, some of them are fantastic facilities in their own right. The sports centres and games halls, swimming pools, gymnasium, fitness equipment, outside pitches and so on, all in the one place. I think a point I've tried to make in my submissions was that, yes, it's a good project, and it is just a project. There are, there are 2,000 odd primary schools, there are 400 secondary schools. If we could basically open up the school estate, that's my main point. If you're a badminton club, you maybe only need the key to the primary school hall if you're just a wee club. You don't necessarily need the big bureaucracy. But before you do anything, I would believe, and this is central to what I'm trying to say. I think, and it says in Reaching Higher, which is the Sport Scotland strategy for Scotland, 90% of the responsibility for developing a strategic approach to sport would be at local authority level. They own, local authorities, the majority of our facilities, and it's how strategically do we use those facilities. So you need a vision of what you're doing locally. You have to accommodate all the kinds of participation we've been referring to, whether it's the walking, the informal groups that come, once a week. When you get into competitive sport, then it tends to be a minimum of 2 or 3 times a week, because you're going to have to train and then you're going to perform. And they've got issues of cost. So how do you plan that? You need a very detailed strategy. You also take account of the commercial world, because out there are commercial organisations. And personally, I actually wonder whether the commercial world could do a little more than they currently do. I would actually change the budget around and target the areas or the people we're knowing about, not necessarily the areas. In an area like West Lothian, you've got small areas of deprivation that are dotted around in West Lothian. Can you target it carefully? You need a facilities strategy. You need a way of opening the facilities up. And this is critical too. And that's the other big responsibility that local authorities should try to do, is to build the capacity of clubs and organisations to take on the facilities. A lot of times my swimming club will get a use of a pool, and they will manage that pool physically. They don't need the lifeguards. They provide their own. They just need the key of the door. And so there's a lot more thinking need to be done. And I worry right now, as somebody that's come from, I retired just at the time when all the financial crisis hit the system, that within local authorities there's so few people left who will have that strategic overview, who will be monitoring the 20 now leisure trusts that now exist about what happens. So you do need, where is that strategy going to be? Are we going to, so anyway, if we go back to the real question, which is about hubs, they will be a good start, but it's not the whole thing. It's not bureaucratic, and some are not going to be, they will be just, a school and the use of that facility, and I think there also, half of them will be more facilities, sharing facilities. I think in Argyll and Bute we heard that in the middle of Argyll and Bute they have an area of Argyll and Bute where we've got all things working in a sort of, how would you call it, slightly more oblique kind of way. It's not necessarily just the facility. So critically good, but lots and lots of worries I have around how we monitor it all and set it up strategically.
Anyone else on the sports hubs? Scott Cuthbertson?
On the point that Nanette was making about ensuring that we're targeting the people that are not involved, a big part of our research into lesbian and gay, bisexual and transgender participation in sport is that people feel that they weren't being targeted at all. There's a big thing about how we measure not just overall participation in sport, but how we measure how we're targeting key groups that we're trying to get more involved in sports. And on the hubs, some people, I think there's a big irony that large school estates that are being opening up for hubs, which I think in general are a good thing, were also the places that so many young people had been put off sport in the first place. Mm-hmm. So we need to look at ways of getting people who have negative associations with places where lots of community sports hubs are and their experiences there, and trying to turn that into positive experiences.
Yeah. It's a broad issue. It's been raised in previous panels. Does anyone else want to address that issue?
I'll just make one point about it, that because there's been very little support for community sport, as I've tried to describe it, then we've got a really fragile scenario. Most other countries have been intervening with it, have been trying to support them. What we need to do is support them. And often I was just looking at these figures, and again, I'll get this to committee. These are the latest figures from Denmark and their participation levels. And if you've got good structures, if you've got clubs to go to, then people will therefore go. If you've not got good structures, you've just got what we used to call in football telephone teams. You just phone up 11 guys and shout at them on the pitch. That is not a club to me. You need a lot more than that. And if you've got, I mean, interestingly, in here, the girls don't necessarily, you know, there's a big direction in the sport that Ian and I have been involved in swimming. 2/3 of the participants now are girls. Gymnastics, 2/3 or more are girls. Athletics, 2/3 are girls. So there's a big change that's happening in that kind. But interestingly, we're not able to satisfy the needs of girls wanting to play football.
We've had the issue about whether the hubs can be inclusive in our reach in these in previous panels, and we've also had, if you like, this tension. It was more than a tension, I think, last week, that raw sort of competition about, you know, what was happening in the community with Glasgow Gladiators and what was developing as almost an official model around about the hubs. Is there a potential? I mean, I think there is a tension. How do we deal with that tension between the community clubs versus the hubs, and ensure that, you know, that they're working in partnership here, and that we don't get to a stage where there are big divisions between the community clubs and the hubs? Yes.
As I understand it, a lot of the community hubs are based around existing clubs. So clubs themselves come together, and I think there might be, I don't know if it's a written rule or an unwritten rule, that there have to be 3 different sports or organisations coming together to create a community hub. And so I don't know if that answers your question, but there is a requirement for existing clubs, or not a requirement, but existing clubs can get involved in it, which will hopefully strengthen.
It may be that the physical asset can't accommodate anymore. It may be that the 3 clubs rule is too small, because the majority of sports and people participation in sport is in a significantly greater number in community clubs outside the hub. You know, we had some evidence, I think, Drew, that when we discussed this in Cumbernauld area, there was almost a suggestion that we do well here, but we haven't engaged significantly with the community clubs who are successful in their own right. So they don't want to disturb any of that. I mean, you know, it's just a tension we're picking up, but if that's just a perception of mine or some other members of the committee, that's fine. Charlie Rayburn.
I think that to me, it's this business of mapping it out. I mean, there's every kind of demand. You've got, when we did a football strategy for West Lothian, we tried to engage all the football organisations, but the one that was hardest to engage with was the pub football leagues. You know, they were really just wanting to turn up and play football. So we had to, when we're thinking about football, you had to say, well, it's going to be part of this, it's going to have to be for the pub football people, even though we were developing community clubs. So you've got more pay and play football, but then you also have the club structures. Interestingly, in the club structures, just to give you a very positive story, we did a lot of work on developing clubs, which we had been lots of little teams, and now much more sustainable. Broxburn, you heard from a few weeks ago. But with the size of the organisation taking over facilities, one of the first ones we did was a club called Muirston in Livingston, and they took on the biggest playing fields in West Lothian. And the first thing they did when they took it over was to say, well, we're going to get rid of the fixed goals. We're going to buy portable goals. Why? Well, of course, they don't get vandalised. You've got a bit more hassle, take them out and put them back in, and then they now look after the pitches and everything. So that way of doing it. When you come to the contracts that you set up, the agreements with, in this case, a hub or a leisure trust, and I'm very interested in the discussion you heard from the Atlantis Trust in Oban, which obviously lots of very good practice. That kind of system works in New Zealand, because they have instead of the big trusts, they basically ask trusts to look after sports centres. So they don't have lots of one big gross sort of trust as we tend to have, which is a local authority area. They would just have several trusts, but they have in the local authority some kind of strategic people that would be setting up and agreeing and monitoring what it is that happens. So you do need to know is it, and you get commercial operators who will want to come in and use the facilities. A lot of the pay and play, or you can go and learn to swim, or you can go and learn to do gymnastics, and you just pay and play, which is different from a club. Or you get the aerobics, which will tend to be a kind of play and play, versus sometimes, which I think is what the convener is talking about, the clubs. So again, if you go back to Atlantis Leisure, one of the users of that facility is Oban Otters, which is a big swimming club. And they struggle trying to compete with the other users of the pool. You know, so of course that's one of the reasons why community clubs in swimming will tend to have to train at 6 o'clock in the morning, as Ian knows quite well, or at other times, antisocial hours kind of time. So it is. I think it has to be set up that you have these different kinds of use, and it has to be strategically monitored. And we try to take account too of things like the life stages, because now, to me, there's an enormous potential to offer more during the day to people of my age. And I think we haven't been doing enough about that and intervening in that and trying to increase, activity or facilities aren't necessarily being used so much in the day.
Bob Doris.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
I've got you.
want to return to the idea of groups that are less likely to be physically active or involved in sport. I think that's worth pursuing some more. Now, if I could give an example, actually, a group that's not underrepresented, but when I was in Aberdeenshire, I told the story about a boys' football team that had provision till 12, it then disappeared, didn't start again till 19, and you get a huge drop-off in physical activity because the participation stopped and wasn't available locally. And I'd asked the question, whose job is it at a local authority level or at a strategic level or a national governing body level to identify where the gap is and have a strategy to implement it? So I'm giving that as an example because when we talk about underrepresented groups, whether it's girls, whether it's gender-based or sexual orientation-based or groups in deprived communities or ethnic-based, whose responsibility is it right now to identify, not at a national level, because we know there's national strategies, but when you get down to a local level, whose job is it to identify where the gaps are and have a strategy to fill in that provision so that we're not just talking about more people in general getting physically active and involved in sport, but underrepresented groups narrowing that margin of inequality?
Scott Cuthbertson.
I mean, I'm happy to take that one. I think that it's everyone's responsibility to a degree. When we asked LGBT people about whose role they thought it was to get more LGBT people involved in sports, the vast majority said it was the governing body's responsibility. But governing bodies of sport, have much bigger responsibilities and roles. There is a lot of good work going on in the communities. I'll take Edinburgh Leisure, who have someone specifically employed to look at where there's a lack of participation and to work with groups, individuals that need support, and it may be, that people want to get involved in sport but don't know how. Simple mechanisms like establishing a group, getting a constitution together, booking meeting rooms, making all that easy for people so that they can. So I think that where people think it should happen is not necessarily where it should happen. It should actually be the leisure trusts at a local level that's actually delivering it.
Professor Mitchell.
Convener, to try to answer the question, I could perhaps provide two examples, neither of which I'm sure are perfect, but for example, in Fife, and I believe that this was the Director of Recreation, Emma Broadhurst, that initiated this, all school children participate in a survey called Fife Active. Now, Fife can monitor their physical activity levels by this annual survey. It's part of the curriculum. They're learning something about computing, and they insert their physical activity levels and their choices. They say, we would really like this. Or I would imagine that the over 12s footballers would say, what's happened to our football team? And so they're trying in Fife to match the needs of the children to the resources that the Active Schools coordinators have and presumably the community sport hubs. So that's one possible way that schools oversee it. And the other model comes from Glasgow, where they have a physical activity forum in which all agencies that have an interest sit round the table, from transport to education, and including, of course, the city's sport and recreation strategic officers. And they're trying right at this minute to make a logic model of how all the elements of Glasgow will contribute to a more active Glasgow and capitalising on the hosting of the Commonwealth Games. So that kind of process perhaps allows for plugging the missing gap that you've identified as an example. So a strategic plan that includes all the players.
Professor Diamond?
I was about to say something which was very like what Professor Murtry has just said, because I think the answer is there isn't one person or one group who's in charge of this. It's got to be everybody, including yourselves, if I may say so. You should be saying, and I think Let's Make Scotland Active is a fantastic national policy, but it should be driven from government into the local authorities and all the players in local authority, because it isn't just the national governing bodies or the local authorities, or, if you like, the local authorities leisure coordinator. It includes transport, it includes education, it includes all the aspects of it, and it needs to be focused not just at what people are asking for, but looking very much at what the evidence is saying, where we know there are major transitions. We know there are major transitions in participation dropping off in late and mid-adolescence. So let's go to the experts and say, what are the interventions which can impact on that? And let us expect those to be taking place so as to ensure that opportunities exist. We cannot, in my view, be passive about this and just say, well, let's try and make things available. We need to have both a supply and demand approach which says we will look for interventions which will impact on some of the major areas of participation drop-off, and at the same time we will be talking to people about what they want. And bringing the two together is everybody's responsibility.
Charlie Rayburn.
Just a quick bit of information about what we did in West Lothian. You remember our chief executive was Alec Lingston, and some of you will remember he's been a big part of the Christie Commission, and he was very strong about locality planning, and also very strong that we had health service as part of the big partnership, the health set up locally, the CHCP that we had. So we have very, very strong locality planning, and I have to say that sport, we were asked to make sure each of our services were represented as one of the many people there, and to my mind it helped us hugely, particularly for the voluntary groups, because we found a way to articulate their challenges that came through at that level, along with the health professionals. You know, I really did see the marriage, a lot of marriage between the health world and the local authority world, and you know, care of the elderly was one of the biggest ones, of course. But I think at a smaller level, the locality planning was a very strong part of taking things forward for us. And you got the data zone information about where deprivation was. Biggest challenge for us tended to be, if going into community sport, cost. It was whether you could actually facilitate. If you're going to start going beyond just turning up once a week to playing community sport where you're there 2 or 3 times or more, it's that cost element that begins to creep in, and it's how you manage that is a very big challenge.
Bob, do you want to come back to any of that?
Well, I was going to move on to another question, but if there's others wanting to come in on that theme or other questions.
I was just, yes. Rebecca Simpson.
I'd just like to say that I think youth work can play a really big part in addressing the gap. Youth work often works with the underrepresented people in disadvantaged areas, and these are people who maybe, for whatever reason, haven't taken part in sport. So I think there really needs to be a link made between national governing bodies in sport and the youth work, and also looking at the community hubs that we were talking about. I mean, how many youth clubs in local authority areas actually know about community sports hubs and feel they can have a relationship with the sports hubs and feel that they can take their groups into these sports hubs? obviously working with young people, these are people who you want to invest in because obviously they're the nation, they're going to be taking part in physical activity for the rest of their lives, hopefully, but you need to get them young. So what I think there needs to happen is community sports hubs, as much as we're saying let's open the school gates, let's actually open those gates and go out to the young people and then build a phased approach into sport and then into the community sports hubs that way.
A couple of supplementaries on that one. I think Bob was wanting a small one, Drew and then Mark MacDonald on that general discussion.
Just very briefly, that specific comment, and it may just be about, I think there's a slight confusion between community sports hubs and the Active Schools Network, and I think the disengage we found from last week's evidence was that the Active Schools Network doesn't necessarily articulate to the sports clubs and associations that are in the community, and that's where there's a greater need to have more joined up thinking, and I'd be interested to know what monitoring is done from the clubs and associations in the community to see how representative they are of the wider community, so in terms of ethnicity, in terms of women, in terms of sexual orientation. But I think it's not necessarily community sports hubs, which tend to be a coalition of existing clubs and associations rather than expanding the overall amount of physical activity. But that's a comment rather than a question, so you want to go to.
Fine, we'll let that come. Drew, you make your brief, Mark, and then we'll try and get a response to
it's just trying to stay on this issue of the inequities and the inequalities in this, and particularly thinking around budgets and national spend and the taxpayers element of all of this, as opposed to all the other things around sport infrastructure and community infrastructure that would, the inquiry is interested in. But specifically on spending, is it inevitable that any spending around trying to drive up participation specifically in sport is likely to simply increase existing inequalities? Because sports hubs in themselves are built upon where there are already local community clubs. They're driven by we're here and we want to work with you, and there's a feeling that the infrastructure in sport needs to be improved, so you support what is there. In the areas where that infrastructure doesn't exist, they don't then benefit. We know that investment in sport per se is not necessarily the best way to drive up participation in physical activity more widely. We know that there are underrepresented groups who are, unlikely to see sport as their route to a more active lifestyle, and it might be people in the LGBT community, but then also there is a tension because there will be people involved, people in the LGBT community who want to be involved in sport, separate from LGBT people who are less active and could do with being supported to become more active for all these health reasons. So to what extent are we just driving existing inequalities through this?
Mark?
Yeah, on the equalities issue, I wonder if there's obviously an issue around societal attitudes. I mean, if you look at, for example, the large amount of work that's been done on things like, for example, Show Racism, the Red Card, but contrast that with what I see as a total dearth of work around tackling homophobia in professional sport. I mean, we still have a situation now in 2012 where there's only ever been one openly gay professional footballer, Justin Fashanu. That can't be, that to me suggests that there is an issue there around that we're not tackling things like that, and that will have a detrimental impact on encouraging young LGBT people to get involved in sport, because they will see it as it's not something for their community, it's something that their community is not welcome in, and that's something I think we have to tackle. There was another point that was made quite a wee while ago by Professor Mutri around taking a more non-traditional approach through school physical education. I mean, I remember in primary school, part of our PE was ceilidh dancing. So I can't kick a ball, but I can strip the willow. But nowadays that's moved on, and we see sort of street dance is becoming more prevalent. Certainly, I know in some of the schools in my area there are a number of street dance clubs that have been sort of started up as a result of some of these programs like Let's Dance, like Britain's Got Talent. There's also a negative to that, which is that there are some groups out there who we could all think of who would be quite happy to suggest that teaching children how to do hip-hop dancing was a waste of taxpayers' money. And it's how do we tackle those kind of perceptions, as well as ensuring that we give that equality of opportunity to young people so that the physical activity they get is something that they want to be accessing. So I'll throw that out.
We've had 2 or 3 comments from the committee members. Professor Diamond.
Did I take the first point, and the question as I understood it was, could investment in sport simply keep the inequalities going? And the answer is yes, it could, but it doesn't need to. And the thing that always worries me about this is that we search for one magic bullet which will attack all areas. And it's not like that. There are, it seems to me, different interventions that are needed in different areas and where one might disproportionately allocate resource to areas to reduce inequality. Now, what we're lucky to have in Scotland, it seems to me, is the group which Professor Mutri is the chair of. And it seems to me that one should be asking them, what are the interventions we need which are really going to impact on this, and how do we evaluate and monitor them to take them forward? Because the research evidence is there for differential interventions which will reduce inequality, because surely that's what we've got to be aiming to do.
Professor Mutri.
Thank you, Professor Diamond. I agree with what you've just said. Inequalities will be driven wider unless we do something differently. And the thing that I would offer into that is the better education of physical education teachers and coaches and volunteer coaches who are so much part of the sport infrastructure, who inevitably don't have, a 4-year degree behind them that might have introduced them to the issues of social inequality or how to attract the non-traditional person towards their particular activity. So investment in coach education and volunteer support. So we're not educating volunteers, but they're a very big part of your business. I've read in your notes already. Supporting them, and volunteers in club golf. Your budget advisor was talking about club golf as an important thing that Scotland has an asset in which we're trying to reach through volunteers all primary school children. Well, the volunteers in that process feel unsupported. It would be because we've done some research in that area. They're there, they're willing to help, but a little bit more support from the wider golfing world, and that particular world needs to learn some things about inequalities, would help.
The question, I think, posed indirectly from Professor Diamond was, what flexibility, what do you have in the strategy that identifies those inequalities and ensures that a greater resource? Because your answer, I think, confused me a wee bit, because in those areas where we've got that inequality, we've got fewer volunteers, fewer qualifications, less parental involvement. How does your strategy ensure that those people in those areas get the benefit of your direction and government spend?
I'd love to think it was my strategy. It's the government's strategy. Let's make Scotland more active.
I think you've accepted ownership and some credit for it this morning. So,
well, certainly
the good and the bad bits, I'm afraid.
Helping with it, and inequalities is always mentioned. And particularly within health, there is the issue of any extra spend may indeed increase inequalities. But what we see in Scotland is the inequality not getting wider. It's still existing, but the whole level of the population is increasing. So we've increased the most deprived elements in our society. We've increased their physical activity a bit as well. We haven't solved the issue of how to narrow the gap. I can't claim that we have.
I take from that, your answer, that there isn't, an equalities drive within that strategy at this point, but
it's certainly always a top element to be discussed.
What action then? How does it? I know the words are there, equality, and what action has been taken within that strategy to deal with that issue?
I honestly don't know what the top level answer to that would be. It always exists, and we've always got to take it into account. But many people have tried and not yet solved how to reduce it.
No, it's not. We're all culpable. It's not it's just you. But I thought, Professor Diamond posed that significant question.
I was just very pleased to see you pick up the point of volunteering, because volunteering is so incredibly important, and it seems to me, particularly when we're trying to reduce inequalities, there has to be outreach into early volunteering. So I'm very impressed with some work that is undertaken in Aberdeen, which gets, if you like, elder young people in schools coaching certificates very early on. It raises social esteem. It raises the whole element of volunteering. It's not going to happen by them just appearing. There has to be outreach to say what we're trying to do here is increase the number of volunteers and to make it easy for them and to train them in ways. And again, to come back to Mark's point, when I studied to become a football referee, some of the things about coaching and child behaviour that I learnt through the videos that I saw, they were absolutely, I thought, transformational. Now that was hitting not just me, but everyone learning to do that course. We need to be bringing that at all levels into volunteer education, but we need to be outreaching for volunteers.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw evidence. We put a note of credit for the young sports ambassadors that we found in Cumbernauld and Condora. I mean, they were truly, inspirational and doing a great job, and of course can connect with younger people and deliver a great job. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I see a couple of bids. I've got John Taylor, Scott Cuthbertson, Charlie Rayburn.
Shall I go first?
Yes, please. Yeah.
I'd just like to comment on potentially one of the challenges with the existing sports clubs. People of like mind come together and they'll have very similar views, and some of those views might be unacceptable to others. And maybe there's a challenge there in trying to change existing coaches to be more inclusive, to address issues of sectarianism, racism, wherever they exist. There are some national initiatives in place to try and address some of those things, such as the Positive Coaching Scotland project, which is supported by Sport Scotland and the Winning Scotland Foundation. So there are things being done nationally to try and address those kinds of issues. But I think one of the other things that's very helpful in addressing some of those issues is getting non-sporting bodies involved in sport. So the likes of Youth Scotland being involved in Girls in the Move, Sports Leaders UK, where it's not just sports people delivering sports coaching or sports leadership. It is people who come from a youth work background, a social work background, somehow involved in social services. And a lot of those people tend to be more aware of issues of inequality. And if we can combine the sporting world with the work of social services, youth groups and so on, hopefully we'll be able to address the issues and the challenges where they exist. And I do remember speaking to the chair of the Scottish Ethnic Minority Sports Association a few years ago, and the argument was sport does not address racism. Sport in itself will not deal with that issue. It's the people that run the sport have to challenge it wherever it exists. And I think by bringing in and working together between social youth groups and the like and the world of sport, we can potentially have better outcomes in terms of equality.
Okay, Scott Cuthbertson and then Charlie Rayburn, and then I'm going to bring Mark in, and I see Dr. Bradley wants in as well, and I'll take the panellists first if I may. Scott Cuthbertson.
Well, 2 points. Firstly, there is a lot of really good work going on to involve minority groups and people who are less involved in sport, but I think I certainly believe that there's a real lack of sharing that good work. So good work in the borders, working with sports coaches and the rugby union coaches, good work in Glasgow, working with individual groups. And people don't really know about that work, so there's a reinvention of the wheel in different parts of Scotland where if we had a better best practice sharing model where this kind of good initiatives could be shared, then we would be saving ourselves a lot of time. The second point on the point you raised about people, like-minded people come together, people wanting to take part in sport need to see that sport reflects who they are. They want to see black and minority ethnic sports people involved. They want to see volunteers that are lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender. They want to see women involved. And unless we get groups, diverse groups involved in the grassroots, people aren't going to see that sports is reflective of who they are, and they're not going to get involved. And that does involve training coaches, training leaders, to make sure that everyone who thinks, well, I might give this a go, is made to feel welcome and can participate to the best of their ability.
Charlie Rayburn, and followed by Dr. Bradley.
Three kind of broad points. First of all, it's helpful if you have a strong enough structure to work with. My own club is specifically trying to open up. At the moment, it's from the years I've been involved, 40 years of it. Now, the only people that get involved, though it's a huge club, 400 odd summers, is only social classes A and B. So your point is quite correct. You know, what are we going to do about the rest of the world if they want to get into my sport? Because it's largely cost. So our club is now wanting to try to see, can we set up a special arrangement in local pools so that in the more deprived areas of Edinburgh there could be use of a pool for the people that couldn't get in, and end up with some form of transition. Because moving in, you know how some kids will think that Princess Street, if you're living in Pilton, is a different world. So you need that something local thing. So I think trying to develop structures, remember I believe there hasn't been any real interventions going on to support the clubs. So that's why we're such a fragile state. Second, just agreeing and strengthening this point about supporting the volunteers and all the different, you've heard the definings of the kinds of volunteers that you have. Coaching is actually one of the easier ones to recruit people for. The management of the club is one of the hardest things. And we just need to do more of everything. And, from the twinning arrangement we had with Germany, I learned how the corporate world in Germany helps the generic development of clubs. It's the actual business world that helps with the clubs. And you can see how that would really help. So anyway, I think we've heard a bit about that, but it's really, really, really needed serious support for volunteers and the structures. And the third one, just a practical thing, but a big one. If we now have most of the local authority spend on sport is through the trusts that have been established, or the 20 of the 32 councils, it's very important to work out what's in the agreement that trust has. Very frequently, it'll be very much based on income generation and on the basis of saving non-domestic rates. And there's already at least one case, I think, of a case of a council in conflict with its own trust, which has actually reached the courts. Really, really important that the council retains serious knowledge and ownership of the whole thing that happens with these trusts. So, for an example, what we should be trying to do is to target the inequalities with the trusts, to find ways of supporting those that can't afford to come and so on in the really difficult parts of the world, not necessarily compete with the private sector elsewhere. The private sector can do a lot of things out there. That's a big thing on about, if we've only got so much money, how do we spend it?
Thank you. Dr. Bradley.
I am quite conscious of there's a bit of deviation here from what some of the other authorities in terms of sports studies do in relation to myself, and most of my own work would be in ethnicity, religion, nationalism in sport, but also representation and equality. And going back slightly to some of the issues that Bob raised, to my mind, there's never been any particular reaching out to, in any significant way, to any ethnic or religious community, or probably other communities in Scotland in relation to come and do our sport or participate with us, which is partly a reflection of wider forces and power structures in society. And I think maybe, although things have been changing quite dramatically in the past 10 or 20 years, maybe two sports fairly popular in Scotland, golf and bowling. If you could check past memberships and sometimes even current memberships of relevant clubs, you would find that there's a number of groups that would be that don't have access to those kind of sports and those kind of clubs. And certainly coming from an ethnic and religious minority in Scotland myself, I do know, or I'm now very conscious of the choices that were available to me when I was a youngster, and there seemed only one choice, and it was football. Very dominant in Scotland. But also, I think, you know, there was one or two other choices, and you can pick up on the kind of the ethnic and religious names in terms of the participants of certain sports in Scotland, about who is included and who is excluded. But, you know, although most of my own work has been in those fields over the past few years, I have been involved in a project with North Lanarkshire over the past 5 or 6 years, and I think it's a game changer in many ways in terms of getting people involved in sport, particularly from certain backgrounds, particularly getting them mixing to become one community, and particularly in relation to girls as well. You know, we've broke a few barriers in relation to getting girls involved on an ongoing basis. But I think as well as that, there's something strikes me, you know, all the statistics, all the numbers, all these studies are absolutely necessary to prove points and to move things forward and to change policy. But I think as well, you know, there are wider cultural issues that are very critical. I don't think sport, generally speaking, in Scotland is always for enjoyment. It's always for health, despite all the campaigns, or indeed it's for community. If we can talk so much about the breakdown of community and the lack of community and the fact that we're all disengaging, or many people are disengaging to a greater or lesser extent from community, then I think a lot of sport is not done for community. Sport's dominated by media images of elite achievement, and often, particularly in football, via individuals and moral practices, performers, which might be considered performances that might be considered individualistic, materialistic, and based around money. And I think this builds an image of sport whereby particular kinds of socially and constructed images of success dominate. So the idea of success is very limited, I think. Sport, for many, I think, in Scottish, British, Western societies, is becoming increasingly individualistic. It's something that's constructed that we go and watch it rather than participate in. And the biggest thing I've been confronted with in relation to getting kids to do sport is they disengage very, very quickly from it. They don't want to do it if they perceive themselves as not being able to do it, particularly in terms of team sports, field sports. And that disengagement can be for life unless you are in a position where they are almost forced to do sport. So myself, through this partnership with North Lanarkshire Leisure and the university, I'm in a position where children are being forced basically to do sport. They don't have any choice, and many of them are coming through the barriers that would normally hold them back. But they disengage very, very easily. If the biggest phrase I've been confronted with is "I can't do this." And it's a continual phrase on the part of kids, I can't do it, which also says something about wider cultural issues in terms of confidence in Scotland. Confidence in relation to some of these kind of things seems to me, and it's impressionistic rather than quantitative or qualitative, but it seems very, very low. They don't perceive themselves as having the opportunity, they don't perceive themselves as being good enough, which ties back into the points I'm trying to make about elite sport. And I think just maybe one last point, through engaging with a local high school head of PE, we've had some chats recently just in terms of the kids who play sport and the ones who don't. And the fact is that, you know, in this particular school, which is a big school, probably one of the biggest in Scotland, they are good at what they do in terms of sport. It has a sporting focus, but this teacher virtually has to arrange all of the school's football games during the week because the kids don't turn up at the weekends. He's in a situation, as I am myself quite often, where you have to chap doors, you have to talk to parents, which brings in another issue about families that are quite often divided. You've got a father living on one side of the town and a mother on the other side of the town. Single mothers are quite often quite difficult in relation to getting their kids to do sport. They themselves didn't do sport. But you know, there's a guy playing for Hibs just now, James McPake, and I think he went to this teacher's previous school, St Patrick's Coatbridge, and he came from up Hart Hill Shotts direction. And James had to get 3 buses to come on a Saturday morning to play football for his school, 4 buses if it was an away game. And this is a teacher who tells me now, and I know from my own experience, where you can't get kids to turn up if they live at the edge of the park or they live within 50 yards or 100 yards. So I think the biggest, one of the big problems and a critical problem is the wider cultural things that's going on and what kids aspire to. We all know the things that are coming out in terms of children who want to be famous. Why do you want to be famous? Well, just to be famous, you know. Why do you want to go in the X Factor? Why do you want to go in these game shows? Because you're on TV, you know, which seems a complete contrast to the generation of 30 or 40 years ago. I think if we were sitting here 40 years ago and people like us were sitting having these kind of discussions, we wouldn't be where we are. But I do wonder whether the horse is bolted and we're really just firefighting.
Okay. Is there any response to that?
Can I ask a question in relation to that?
Yeah, John Taylor.
I would like to take a positive view on the horses bolted comment at the end there. I don't think it's as desperate as it is. There are some serious challenges, but I think with appropriate strategic, informed decision making, we can make huge inroads in sport in Scotland at community level. And there's plenty of really good, high quality people out there doing work, but we also need to develop some of the people that are there so that they're more aware of the issues that exist.
Okay, Professor Diamond.
I was just going to say almost what John has just said. The horse hasn't bolted. It's just that there are a whole set of particular challenges which we as a nation face, and they're very similar to those that other nations face, which is why a comparative international perspective is a good one. But we need to face up to them and to really work hard to ensure that we have physical activity broadly defined, including sport, as a lifetime activity, because there are huge reasons for Scotland for doing that.
Rebecca Simpson.
I would say, I would agree with John, the horse hasn't bolted. I do think we have massive problems, especially thinking about young people. I mean, when I was at school, most people around me wanted to be active, but they were active without thinking about being active. We just did things everyday life that you would describe as being active. But nowadays, I mean, I come across young people who you would describe as just lazy. They just don't want to do anything that seems like an effort. They don't want to do anything that seems to make them sweat. They don't want to do anything that's like a hassle. So, I mean, we are facing massive challenges, but just like you were saying, there's some great work happening. We run a Girls on the Move project and have done for several years, and that's about working with young girls who are inactive and making them active, and not only active, but then getting them to become role models in their own communities and engaging with other people. So I think it is it's a scary situation, but there is great work happening and we are facing up to it and trying to conquer it.
Yeah, well, I think Bob had a question, and Scott quickly, and then Bob. Sorry, Scott quickly, and then because we've due the Minister 5 minutes to go or whatever. So
I'm not sure about the horse bolting question. I really don't know. But what I will agree with Dr. Bradley is, without a massive culture change, we aren't going to get minority groups involved in sport, because there is a real barrier there. And it is to do with the culture around attitudes and in sport. So I agree with that comment.
Bob, you had a question.
Yeah, just very briefly, a lot of what Dr. Bradley says, I think, is linked to the impact of poverty and deprivation and how it befalls perhaps even different ethnic groups and different groups within society in a variety of ways, and that could be compounded. But would you not agree that it's good quality youth work and focused work at a local level that can really inspire young people? So we do live in difficult financial times. We've got a limited pot of cash. Do you think the cash we have has been targeted in the most effective way to address these inequalities? Because I don't take a horse's bolted point of view whatsoever. When you look at middle and upper class parts of Scottish society, where people are running to the swimming pool and cycling to school and everything else, there's a lot of good things happening there. It's how the inequalities befall different people in different parts of society. So the horse hasn't bolted, but are we targeting scarce resources in the most effective way to address these inequalities?
Dr. Bradley, quickly, yep. And sorry, Gil. Gil. If it's relevant to that, then Dr. Bradley could respond. So.
Can I say that I don't think the horse is bolted either, but I certainly think the horse has got an enormous problem. I'm a parent.
It's overweight.
I'll get No, my weight goes to my nose, I'm afraid. You know, the one problem that I see, different from, I raised a son, he's over 40 now, and I've got a young one at 11. And I think the problem is, I actually don't see it's inequality that causes the problem itself. To be quite honest, I don't think you could have come from a poorer background than I did. And all my friends, and we've played sport all the time. We didn't know we were playing sport, we were playing sport. The biggest problem is that you could break the television, break the handset, take the mobile phone away, stop them texting. And I think the distractions for young people are enormous. It's an enormous challenge. And I know because it's in my household. And so I'm actually coming on your side in some regard, but maybe coming from it in a slightly different way. And it's how to engage. My daughter is really, really good at gymnastics, but even with her, very active, and her mother looks after her really well and takes her to things. But to try and get her away from the X factor and all the other things that they do that I can't do is an enormous challenge for families nowadays.
Well, you got the debate going, Dr. Bradley.
Well, in a sense
that's
that
important.
you know, the analogy worked. You know, I'm not sure I anticipated the response, but I guess I don't think the horse is bolted in the sense that we shouldn't be doing what we're doing. And there's an incredible amount of good work that's going on, and I'm involved in one of those projects in North Lanarkshire myself. So I wouldn't be doing it if I thought the horse was gone. What I was saying, you know, was that 40 years ago, if we had the anticipation, we had the time, we had the foresight, we could have, in many ways, we could have not stopped, but we could have certainly prevented many of the things we see. But your point, Gil, is exactly what I was getting at in terms of the wider cultural factors, the distractions. Society, generally speaking, is huge now compared to 40 years ago in terms of facilities. You know, I come from a generation that played on ash parks and things like that. If you look around now, you think kids are spoiled for choice. They are spoiled for choice, you know, and it's not always to do with poverty or underprivilege. You know, the most wealthy, best educated people can be some of the people who are the most broken in society, you know, and we only need to look at some of our pop stars, football stars, Hollywood stars to see amongst the most broken people, and yet they're wealthy, they're very, very wealthy in material sense. But, you know, the point is, it's about what people have inside them and what has been constructed inside them by the wider culture, by the media. And I think, you know, there's an awful lot of people in society, particularly kids, who don't aspire to the right things. You know, that might be a kind of moralistic perspective, or it might be a personal perspective. But it's what's confronting me in terms of the amount of kids I deal with, and I deal with probably 300 kids a week. You know, and if a kid doesn't see, for example, that he's going to make it in football by the time he's 10, 11, 12, or he's not signed pro youth with somebody by the time he's 12 or 13, and if it doesn't work out, they're gone from football by the time they're 14 or 15. You know, I have one friend whose boy, who's now 22, who played locally in the league when there was something like 20 teams at under 12. There was 18 at under 14. There was 16 by the time they hit under 16. By the time they hit under 18, there was something like 8 clubs. By the time they got to under 21, they had to move 10 miles away to get a competitive league. And that reflects the fall-off, and that's the kind of thing.
I think, Dr. Bradley, we're getting the point you make about whatever, but there are other pieces of evidence that we have about the tens of thousands of young people who are registered for amateur football, tens of thousands of people who are still volunteering. I think the inquiry doesn't look to solve all Scotland's problems here, but, you know, and certainly some of the points that you were making apply to me when I ran a football team 20 years ago. When you got to an age of 13 and 14, the parental support dropped off. The people to take the transport on a Saturday dropped off, and, you know, it's been with us. You know, there may be even greater challenges now with the choices that young people have got, but you know, I think I'm trying to hold on in this inquiry anyway, and we are on the basis of, and I hope Mark McDonald's going to get to this, I'm going to bring him in now and try to give him a clue or a cue to actually look at how we support volunteers who are absolutely crucial in all of that activity, and I'm delighted that you're still, as well as all your professional work, Dr. Bradley, still a volunteer there, you know, and still contributing. And you know, I think it's one of the areas that we haven't had around, and if with your permission, we're going to conclude at that. But it's a very important. I hope Mark's going to ask questions on how we support the volunteer workforce out there and the contribution that they give us, and maybe some ideas about what we're not doing. Mark.
Welcome you. I have a feeling you want me to ask about how we support a volunteer workforce. But yeah, I mean, having come from a position before I was elected where I was a volunteer, and I was fortunate in that I was involved in a fairly active club who allowed their coaches to go through coaching badges, things like that. But there are also a number of clubs out there which are essentially 1 or 2 man or 1 or 2 woman operations. They don't maybe have that infrastructure there to allow them to access some of the coaching badges, some of the other training courses that would help assist them to give a better experience to the people who are involved in their club. So I guess, you know, do we need to take a more targeted approach and say, you know, Club A is being run very well. It doesn't need the kind of support that maybe Club B needs, where it needs maybe for us to go in and help give these coaches and some of these volunteers a bit more help in terms of their development. So do we need to try and take an approach of finding these clubs and finding these people so that we can then help develop them and develop the clubs that they're operating in? Was that all right, convener?
Thank you very much. Mr. MacDonald, can we have a response? Scott Cuthbertson and then Charlie Rayburn.
I'm very lucky that I am on the committee for a badminton group. It's an LGBT-friendly badminton group in Edinburgh. It's not something that I would ever think of doing. And then someone contacted me saying, you like badminton, could you come along and help run our group? And you know, I do it in my free time, I very much enjoy it. But the support that we've been getting from Edinburgh Leisure has been really good. Training, giving us advice and guidance, funding for small projects, and help in getting funding for, you know, to get more people active in the group. You know, we were 1 court on a Tuesday night, we're now 3 courts, 30, 40 people coming along on a Tuesday night. It's really enjoyable. So that's where it works, but where it doesn't work, a similar group in Glasgow, going to the local leisure trust and going, can we get some support to run our group? And then the response being, oh, a specific, can you open it up? Or, you know, it is supposed to be for everyone, but not really getting the support that they need. So there is a lot of good support for volunteers in some areas, but it's patchy. And it could be better across. And I think that's a large part to do with the good practice sharing. We need to sell the benefits more to leisure trusts. Really tell them what the benefits to them are in terms of the long-term health and mental health of people in their area.
Charlie Rayburn, Professor Mutiny, Professor Diamond.
I've articulated some of this already, I think, but I don't think there's anything more important. But it needs to be enshrined at local level. That's my point. There is now support strategically from Sports Scotland in regional areas that they've now set up. But I think in the end, it's all the different kind of volunteers you've heard about. The updating of qualifications for coaching, the facilities management. If you're going to really want people to take on facilities, which is what I would want to do more and more, if we haven't got the money, try and educate, support people to take on the management of the facility. Who can do that? Maybe the Leisure Trust, they actually tend to come from facility management backgrounds. Then there's the private sector, the corporate world, who I think are very good at helping clubs on constitutions and finance management and all of that, which comes into communication. All these things need to be there. Ideally, at local level, there would be some kind of central house within the local authority where I tend not to split sport from all the other voluntary things that happen in this, that all the voluntary organisations, could we find a way of supporting them all well at local level. I said, that's what I would tend to do. And sometimes the cost gets put on to some of the updating courses, for example, to the clubs. And that just yet another challenge for the organisation. So in a way, if there's any support, it should be to try to enable, to educate, to empower the local people. And the last thing I would say is listen to the volunteers a bit more. Because sometimes in today's world, we just hear what's happening at the top. We don't listen to people who are actually doing the job. And my last bit of evidence I'm going to give to the clerk is actually on this very subject. It's called Human Resource Management for Volunteer Organisations and Sports Organisations in Europe. It's a kind of collective study, and it's critical how it could be done. To date, it's not enough of it happened in our country.
Okay, Professor Moutray.
Thank you, Convener. As with many of the things we've discussed this morning, I don't think there's one absolute magic bullet answer, but another option for this issue might be to ask Sports Scotland, in distributing their grants to governing bodies, to direct more of it to supporting the volunteer workforce within that particular governing body, and therefore at a budgetary level we try to enforce more support for the volunteers.
Thank you. Professor Diamond.
Just to answer Mr. MacDonald's question directly, I do believe that you need to target resource to reduce inequality, and that includes very much at volunteers. If you want to get a coaching badge, it costs money, and that can be a limiting factor for some people from disadvantaged backgrounds who, if we're trying to reduce inequality, are the people you most want to encourage. And the Scottish Government is rightly, in my view, put an enormous amount of effort, for example, in higher education funding, to reducing inequality, and you need to do that right the way through all aspects of society.
John Taylor.
I'd just like to make a comment with regard to volunteering and the potential benefit of investing in development of volunteers or leaders. To use examples from the Girls on the Move programme and the Sports Leaders UK programme, I estimated, and it's a pretty rough estimation, from the amount that went into the programme and the return that came from the young people that were involved once they became leaders after they had taken part in their course. Some of them had already been leading before. But generally within a roundabout of a period of maybe 12 to 18 months, the amount of the contribution that they make to their local communities in terms of the work or the time that they spend in their local groups running activities for younger people, almost, if you take a 10 to £15 an hour rate, almost covers the cost of the investment in the actual the volunteering or the leadership programme. So it's a really positive investment to make in developing people that will become volunteers, because they will contribute in their own communities by leading. And I think it's important to understand that there's a positive benefit there, and not just for themselves, for the young women that took part in the Girls on the Move programme. There were significant increases in their self-esteem. There's knowledge and understanding of leadership and time management and the like. So there are lots of skills developed. So it's a really positive investment area, which has positive outcomes within the local communities in terms of opportunities available for others to take part in activity that might not otherwise be there.
Any other comments in respect to Mark's question? Well,
just in this survey I mentioned, one of the big things I should have mentioned was that they say try in each club to have somebody that manages volunteers as a post.
Mm-hmm. Well, it just, remains for me to thank you all for your attendance, participation today. Your evidence that has been provided has been, interesting, challenging, and it gives us a great deal of food for thought for our overall inquiry. We appreciate that. I mean, at this stage, I normally say, although we've got confines of time, if there's any areas that you feel that we haven't covered today and it can be dealt with very, very briefly, just to put them on the record now, then please, take that opportunity at this point.
You mean speaking?
In terms of, yeah, you can, if you just feel that there was an area here that we should have covered and you came to tell us about or say that you felt was particularly important, then please do that now. Or indeed, drop us an email and correspond with the committee in order, and certainly before we get to a report stage, which will still be a couple of weeks before we compile a report. John Taylor.
I'll throw in something that might be quite controversial.
Good.
But I've spoken to a few people involved in the physical education world, and it seems that physical education in Scotland is upside down. You go into the secondary schools, you'll find physical education teachers who are skilled. They've been trained, many of them, for 4 years, and they do their job there. But you go into a primary school, often you'll not find a primary school physical education teacher or any physical education supports on a peripatetic basis. And what happens is we have primary school teachers who are delivering physical education lessons, and the teachers themselves are not skilled in doing that. Some of them enjoy doing it, but they recognise that they don't have the skills to look at a young person and see how they're developing. And as I say, throwing it into the pot, it would probably be a better situation where physical education teachers are based in primary schools in order that they can put the appropriate input into the development of the young people in terms of physical literacy and other aspects of that physical education is about, so that when they leave primary school, and this is particularly for girls, they have a confidence in their own physical abilities, that they are aware of what is needed for doing different types of activities, and then they might, don't know if there's absolute proof that this would happen, but there might be a greater chance that they will engage in a physically active lifestyle and engage in sport because they know that they are capable of engaging with that. So that's a
thanks for that view. We'll also have the sports minister coming in. Maybe it's a starter for 10 there and one of those questions to see what the minister's view and some of this is. Charlie Rayburn, quickly.
One, the budget, I think last week was agreed that there were going to be another 60 new schools built. Now there is an issue flying around about what is built. And there are guidelines that I'm pleased to say are incorporated in when we develop them for what you build for each school, the kind of school, and how many gyms and games halls and swimming pools and so on you need. And importantly, we put in there a base for the community. So I'm anxious about there being a base because all the indoor sports, the social side of this is hugely important. Try to make sure that there is a space for them to have their meetings and all the rest of it, because most indoor sports are peripatetic. They move all over the place and have no home. So, but I'm also anxious about whether in trying to get new schools built, those guidelines, which are only guidelines, are as far as possible met. Because I'm worried that in the drive to get new places, there's a reduction. And I noticed yesterday's headline, I think it was in The Guardian, made that point for England. You know, maybe we're building cheap schools quickly. I just don't know. I don't how.
Okay, no, it's a legitimate and interesting
the last
question.
Separate point, linked to all the things I've tried to say, is I do believe we need stronger legislation for the responsibility of local authorities in all this, for all the world of voluntary activity.
Okay. Anyone else? You know, we can be communicated with, and you know, and we see this as a live and ongoing inquiry. And please don't hesitate to contribute to that. Thanks once again for all of your time and the evidence provided. Suspend at this point while we make arrangements for the next session with Sports Minister. Can I reconvene the meeting and welcome our final panel in Community Sport Inquiry and of course the Minister for Commonwealth Games and Sport, Shona Robertson, Andrew Murray, Physical Activity Champion, Donnie Jack, Deputy Director of Sport and Physical Activity, and Derek Grieve, Team Leader, Sport and Physical Activity Policy, all from the Scottish Government. Can I invite the Minister to make a few opening remarks before we turn to questions?
Well,
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Convener. And I've certainly been closely following the inquiry, and I think it's a very good inquiry that the committee has chosen to undertake, and I think very pivotal to the delivery of the government's commitments for sport and physical activity. Very timely, of course, in the light of the summer we've just had and the upsurge in interest in sport and physical activity as a result. We need to do what we can to ensure that momentum continues, and we're working hard to do that. The debate last week, I think, was very constructive, and it was good to hear the views of members from across the chamber on this important topic. Helping Scots to stay and get more active is our overriding legacy ambition, and being able to access sport and physical activities within local communities is central to achieving this. We know the challenges are very stark indeed, and I'm sure Andrew Murray will say more about this later on, but we do know that the evidence shows that 2,500 Scots die each year as a result of physical inactivity, and that's why we had appointed Dr Andrew Murray in being our first ever physical activity champion and taking forward some very important initiatives to tackle what is a huge health challenge. We want to ensure that people of all ages have access to sports and activities in their local areas, and local authorities are key partners in doing that, and we want to work with them to address how current facilities meet the sports needs and aspirations of local communities. I'm aware that the cost of accessing activities has been raised during your evidence sessions, and I recognise that this can be a significant issue for some families. And whilst many local authorities and leisure trusts do offer a wide range of discount schemes, I would hope that all facility owners and operators look at how they can address the issue of affordability. And I would say that affordability of access is very much a key element of the community sports hub model that is taking off across Scotland. You've heard from those giving evidence that sport is as much about people as it is about places, and we recognise that volunteering is the backbone of sport, and success on the sporting field is inspirational, but each medal results from years of dedicated hard work, and we recognise the enormous contribution made by the army of committed volunteers, coaches, trainers, and of course families themselves. The need to enable inclusive access for all Scots has been an important theme. We recognise the power of sport to change lives for the better, irrespective of physical challenges which people might face. And in that regard, I'm very pleased that the Commonwealth Games in 2 years' time will see the highest level of para-sport integration ever achieved. I know you've been looking at cashback, and through cashback we've managed to involve 100,000 youngsters benefiting from activities provided by, for example, the SFA and SRU programmes. Very, very important to get young people involved. But we want to make sure that all ages are involved, and the walking strategy that I announced in May will build on the investment to both the core path network and specific interventions to support people walking. Very important for older Scots, who make up the biggest number of those taking advantage of Paths for All. And then finally, Convener, just to say that I want to use the power of the Commonwealth Games in 2 years' time, and of course the Ryder Cup, which was a fantastic success and backdrop for us hosting in 2 years' time, to really get more Scots active, make sure we get a legacy from all of those events. We have, as you know, launched a new £10 million Games Legacy Fund to really help local communities deliver their own legacy within their community. And on that note, I'm very happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I suppose the challenge to the committee, like health, I suppose if we use the maxim follow the money to test the ambition of government, it's difficult for us to follow the money in terms of Spice. I've already said there's no specific, within the budget context, there's no specific indicators there, or targets there, and I'm sure you heard that question earlier. And you mentioned cash back. We've also got the lottery contribution. We've got local government's contribution, maybe not necessarily for this committee, but we've also got the club contributions, the private sector, Sports Scotland. So I suppose my question from that is that how do we measure the government's ambition is against that backdrop about whether the cash is being made available, but maybe more importantly, ensuring that it goes to the right geographical areas and those who are more difficult to reach.
Yeah, I think that's a very pertinent question. I think we're getting better at it. I think it's something, though, that we've had to work at and we'll have to continue to work at is, first of all, getting the baseline to which you measure success. And actually that's quite important, because how do you know if something's worked if you don't actually have a baseline to measure it against? So what we have done is through, for example, community sports hubs, there will be a very comprehensive monitoring of what those deliver. So how many more people are active in that community who come through the doors and get active in a sport who previously didn't. Similarly, if you look at the relationship now between Sports Scotland and the governing bodies who are pivotal to delivering access to clubs, I mean, it's the governing bodies who are really the key there. The funding relationship between Sports Scotland and governing bodies is transformed over the last couple of years to one where actually the governing body has to set targets around participation. So how many people, how many young people, people of all ages are going to come into the sport and join clubs for the public money that they get through the agreement with Sports Scotland. On the school estate, the Sports Scotland are undertaking a study at the moment to get a baseline of where we are with the school estate, how open is it, and therefore we can measure how open it is with the initiatives we're taking to try and open up the school estate. Sports Scotland also has a very good relationship with local authorities, and again they agree plans. So if there's any funding going via Sports Scotland to local government, for example, to some capital project for a new facility, again there would be a discussion about, well, what's that going to deliver in terms of increased participation. So I think we're getting better at it. I think there's still a way to go until we are absolutely where we want to be and being able to say, this is where we were, this is where we're at now, and this is where we're going in terms of targets. But I think we're getting those measurements in place that will allow us to have a proper view of what's been achieved.
Do you accept that some of the evidence that we've got here, that all of that activity that we, I think, collectively take great pride in, and certainly got a real buzz in visiting the East End of Glasgow and the new stadium that is there, that this gap between what's happening really on the ground and the big projects, Olympics, Commonwealth, whatever, those benefits, there is a real concern that doesn't get down into the community clubs and the lower-based activity, is all continuing almost separately from a lot of the bigger initiatives?
Well, I mean, I suppose there is a pyramid there, isn't there? There's a pyramid that is at the top of it. You have your elite athlete performance facilities with obviously the new National Performance Centre that is going to be delivered by 2016 will sit at the top of that pyramid. Then you have the regional facilities, which are a mix of elite athlete performance level facilities, but also community access. If you look at Tory Glen, Ravenscraig, Aberdeen, for example. But then underneath that, I suppose, is what you're talking about in terms of the community facilities. And I suppose that's why we made it very clear that the key legacy outcome for 2014 for the Commonwealth Games were the community sports hubs, because they are about opening up facilities. It's about how do we unlock some of those very good facilities that are within schools, for example. How do we encourage clubs that want to open their doors more, that want to bring other sports in, to make it easy for people to access sport in their communities or physical activity, whatever the activity is. And I suppose that's where that initiative comes from. And as you know, we're aiming to deliver 150 of those hubs by 2016, and perhaps, you know, we'll go beyond that. So that is important, and really it is that pyramid. We've got to have the stuff at the top and in the middle, but none of that really counts unless you have enough access at the bottom, because otherwise young people are not going to come through the system and end up potentially going up through into elite performance if that's what they want to do.
Bob Doris was going to ask a question just on the one of the last ones that was asked, just to get a response, was that we have planned, the government has planned 60 new schools. Mm-hmm. And we've got some historical difficulties with the previous build and facilities and access. I presume that you have had your input there in terms of those 60 new schools will fit that community hub model. And
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and we'll continue to work around the more detailed plans around new schools and refurbished school estate as well. And I think it is about using money in a smart way, because sometimes it doesn't always take a lot of money to make the difference between a school being accessible and not being accessible. You know, for example, having a community access door that's different from maybe the access that the school will use can make the difference between that school being easily open to the community after hours and not being easily, so it doesn't take a huge amount of money necessarily to think, but it's about thinking that through and making sure that's there. So yes, we will continue to have those discussions to make sure that when we've got new school estate coming on, that it's as good as it can be with community access in mind.
I think it was made in the context of some other debates that was taking place in another part of the United Kingdom that there were stories when about it was on the cheap, and as a consequence that compromises were being made in and around that. But that's not the case.
Well, at the end of the day, there will always be challenges for those managing, for head teachers who have a school building and they have various activities going on within that school building. But what we've done through the work of through Sport Scotland and Education Scotland is to really help those head teachers, and I suppose I'm talking about the existing school estate more than the new school estate, is to make sure that with the right support they can utilise the space that they have available in a better fashion. Also, for example, things like very simple measures like the multi-use games areas within playgrounds that allows more PE to take place in all weathers. So simple measurements that don't cost a huge amount of money but can actually make the difference between a school delivering its PE targets and not delivering its PE targets. And so there's a huge wealth of evidence of where innovative approaches have been taken that we're sharing with head teachers and with schools to make it easier for them to make the best of the accommodation which they do have. And to be honest, I don't think there is with the right support and innovation, I think we can deliver that in every school. It might be easier in some schools than others, but there's no reason with a bit of innovation that we can make it happen in every school.
Reserve my right to come back, I think, and, on the head teachers and the role, because I think there's an interesting question there, but I'll move quickly to Bob Doris for Net.
Okay, thank you, Convener. I want to ask a little bit more about community sports hubs and the Active Schools Network. I think clearly they are new initiatives that are beneficial. So I think the context is very much is maximising the benefit that they have. So what some of the evidence we heard last week was sometimes there wasn't always a coordination, particularly with the activities within the active schools that were available, and then what the community clubs and associations in the local area, where the evidence was given that if you provide a range of activities via active schools, and then the children leave that school at 3:30 or leave it once they leave secondary school education, and there's not a vehicle locally, a local sports club, for allowing them to continue that sports participation, you get quite a dramatic fall off. So it was to find out a bit more information how you make sure, or how at a local level we ensure that there's a bit of coordination between the clubs that actually exist locally, that they can have a footprint within any active schools network, and how we're making sure there's that engagement, so when that point of transition that participation endures, because a lot of the evidence shows that over the years, when you reach that very difficult age, just before you leave school, is when participation starts to go off a cliff a little bit, and it rarely recovers. So that coordination between sports clubs and other physical participation options at a local level and what's actually happening within active schools, does it exist, and who would be monitoring that?
Yeah, I suppose like everything else, it maybe works better in some areas than in others, and we're working on that. I suppose Sports Scotland's really the key here, because they fund active schools, and they are able to, through their relationship with each of the 32 local authorities, are able to address where things are working well, obviously, and that's great, but also to address where maybe there's not that coordination and communication as there should be. So Sports Scotland have those regular discussions with each local authority, and they will be pointing out if there are gaps. The active school coordinators are absolutely critical here in being able to be the link between the school, the club, the community, and making sure those pathways are there. Clubs also need to be welcoming. They need to open their doors and welcome new members. And again, in the main, that happens. But you know, as ever, there's some that are better than others at that. So partly it is about making sure that there is a clear pathway, that children who perhaps experience the sport for the first time at school, through whether it's active schools or whether it's through some of the governing bodies coming in providing particular programmes, there has to be a clear pathway to the local club from that. And of course, when the person reaches the end of their school years, if that association with the club's a good one, hopefully it'll continue beyond their school days. And I think that, again, is very important. But it's work in progress, and it does depend, maybe coming back to the previous point, it depends on head teachers being welcoming to clubs coming in and having that relationship. It depends on clubs welcoming new members, and really the people to make that happen are the active school coordinators supported by Sports Scotland.
Can I just briefly check, convener, because make sure that maybe in 1 year time or 2 year time would Sports Scotland be able to provide a monitoring of that, so we can see how that improves over time? I appreciate the fact that work is being done that has not been done before in many cases, and we welcome that, but we want to just make sure that it's being monitored, so in 1 year, 2 year, 3 years time we can see that progression for how things improve. Would that be the role of Sports Scotland?
Yes, I mean they've been collating data, so they're able to say how many sessions have been delivered through the active school network, so we have those kind of baselines to measure what more is being done around active schools. So is active schools being more active, and how we measure that they're doing more, because we want them to do more. But the important bits that we also need to measure, and yes, they will be measured, is how many of those children go on to join a club, what's the pathway, what's the success of the pathway, and yeah, we should be able to provide more detail around that over the next year or so. I think.
Thank you.
Nanette Millen, followed by Drew Smith.
To carry on with the hubs issue, given the sort of crucial importance of physical activity, not necessarily sport, to all ages, whether it's walking or whatever, the Ramblers and I think Edinburgh University have said that they would really like to see sports community sports hubs opened out into community sports and physical activity hubs. I just wondered what your reaction was to that and how it could be done.
I think some are already doing that because we have Pass for All and walking groups linked to some hubs. So I think there certainly is the opportunity to do that. Also, to be frank, I suppose I don't really see a distinction between sport and physical activity. I know we call one and one the other, but at the end of the day, it's about people being active, and I don't really care how they're active, whether it's dance or walking or jogging or cycling or traditional sports. It doesn't really matter. I think what is important, though, that there's a choice, so that there's horses for courses and that there's always something for everyone. The hubs, to some degree, are they're quite organic. So some will be centred around those clubs that make it happen and take the initiative. What's important, though, is that Sport Scotland have that discussion with the concept of a hub in a particular place and make sure that they widen that out to all local clubs, and also opportunities for walking. Pass for All is a great success, but it should be absolutely linked to the hubs. So I think we need to be, I'm very clear that there should be no distinction. We call them community sports hubs, but essentially they're community activity hubs. They're about being active.
That's what I mean, really, it's the distinction between that, because a community sports hub, the sport name might be off-putting to certain people, whereas a sport and physical activity, that would be much more inclusive. I think that was really the point.
Okay, well, you can certainly take that away and look at that. But really, it is about maximising whatever activities that are going to attract people in who are not active at the moment.
In clarity with the sport hub, how many are up and running now? When when do we get to a point? Although it's left to a local and it's organic, left to a local area, when do we get to the point where we need to give people a G up if we don't see the progress, given that...
Yeah. You want to give
the
figure?
At the moment, there's 25 up and running and live and operational. There's a further 41 are in the process of being developed. So that's a total of 66 community sports hubs are in place in Scotland at the moment.
Yeah. So when do we expect those in development to become live?
Each hub itself will have its own development plan. It will vary depending on where it is and the type of activities it's undertaking.
So if they're still in development next year at this time, will you think that's a success or a failure?
The top line target is to have 150 hubs in place by 2016. It's likely that those 41 will have moved from development into live stage by this time next year.
So you expect them all to be there by 2016?
Well, all 150 will be live by 2016. We're certainly on target.
There's no intermediate milestones?
Yeah,
or do they all come live 3 months before that date or something?
No, I think it will be a gradual process. I mean, there's a lot already in the pipeline. I suppose it's how can I put this? It's maybe the lowest hanging fruit that have been the easy ones. And going back to your question, I suppose, are there areas where there's more work to be done? Yeah, there is. Are there others that are slower to the table? As always, there are. So what Sport Scotland will do is, I suppose they've had the rush of people say we want to be, and are responding to those very proactive initiatives from schools or clubs who want to become hubs. But there's then a point at which, okay, so are there some areas where we've not seen that level of activity and interest and proactive approaches coming? And if so, then Sport Scotland will G that up and will make, perhaps bring people together a little bit more than they've maybe had to do in other areas.
I was just trying to get to a point where you as Minister and the Government would get to a point where there needs to be an evaluation about the difficulties of that happening, or where we, I know...
Well, I'm very confident that we'll deliver the 150 by 2016, but what's important is that 150 is a good geographical spread, and that we have hubs across all 32 local authorities, that we have a good mix And of course, we've set a target of 50% of those being located within schools. So it's about making sure that it's not just the top line 150, but also that within that there's a good spread. And there's then a discussion, I suppose, given that I think it's a really, really good model, is, well, where do we go next? You know, and that's a discussion we'll have to have.
Yep, thanks. Drew Smith.
Thank you.
Followed by Mark MacDonald.
My first question, I suppose, is kind of related to that point, and understand what you're saying about low-hanging fruit. And I think that has been certainly a concern that I've had through the inquiry, that there is a danger here that that we all support activity that already exists, and that we direct investment towards those people who can, you know, who are clamouring for it most and can tell us that they can do something with it. To what extent do you feel that either, and from a question in the previous panel, it suggested that the investment in community sport that always runs the risks of increasing health inequalities. And the panel seemed to, of previous witnesses, seemed to say that they agreed that that was always a risk unless you purposefully did something about it to avoid that happening. Could you maybe give us some indication of what purposefully the Scottish Government is doing to avoid that happening, or whether you feel that more needs to be done in order to address that concern?
Well, if you look at a number of the hubs, particularly given we want 50% of those to be within schools, a lot of those schools are within, I suppose, what you would describe as areas of deprivation, significant deprivation. So to some extent, I think we need to make sure that it's not just hubs of the willing and able, but it's also that we're making sure that we support perhaps those that need a bit more support to come together in a hub, whether that's support around the school or around a club that wants to make these things happen. So it won't. I think I would agree with you that, you know, it's not going to necessarily happen automatically, and what we need to do is, through the work Sport Scotland's doing, is to map out and make sure that it's not just a case of the 150, the first 150 to come along wherever they happen to be, get the money, and that's fine because we can tick the box that it's 150. And that's why I said earlier on, it's more than that. It's about the geographical spread. So I want hubs in all 32 local authorities, but within that, how are we making sure that there is a good spread within those areas that are hardest to reach? I think the schools, to me, are part of the answer to that, because it is about unlocking that school estate. So you do that, but also a lot of the time, the schools are located within communities that are the communities we want to reach. But we've got to keep a watching brief on that, and I'm happy to provide kind of updates as we kind of look more into where we might need to be a bit more proactive, and if there's gaps, I'm certainly keen to hear if members feel that perhaps there's a lack of activity in an area where there's potential for a hub, but there's not much sign of anything happening. And if that's the case, you know, we want to hear about that, and Sport Scotland can help to bring people together to begin to get some interest and discussion going within that area about the development of a hub.
I'm grateful to the Minister for that answer. I'm glad that you used the word map in relation to that. And one of the another concern that I've had is around specifically cashback for communities. And what I'm interested in is whether you consider it to be reasonable that we should be able to look and see a postcode map of where the money that is coming into cashback for communities is being spent. And I mean, as I understand it, what the guidance says is that most of the money should be spent on particularly engaging young people who might be at risk of getting themselves in trouble. Why is it not the case that it should be all of the money? And are you content that it is completely clear that that money is going back to the communities from which it came? And I suppose specifically the question that then raises from the briefing, I think it was 26 million that the government talks about that's been spent on cashback, but 1 million of that was for sponsorship of the Communities Cup. So how does that sit with the purpose of that scheme?
Right. I'll maybe start with that last bit first about the Communities League Cup. What we've asked is, and again it comes back to how we ensure that money we're spending has the biggest reach, and what we've asked is that those SFL clubs that are, you know, quite often located actually in some of our more deprived areas, but also have a reach that is a good reach. That the investment in the Community Leagues Cup is directly linked to participation of young people that they're bringing in to different programmes within the club. That they look particularly at those young people who are who maybe require more diversionary activities. That also they look to potentially becoming hubs themselves. So if you think about, we can all think about a number of SFL clubs, but you look at what Stenhousemuir have done, for example, has been a really, really good model. A lot of kids brought in who were, quite frankly, otherwise out on the streets. They have done that really, really well, and I suppose that's what I have in mind, that a lot of the investment of the Cup is linked to the development of hubs. Also, we've looked at whether or not they can use some of the resource, and we've allocated some of it specifically for this purpose, for youth employment initiatives within their clubs. So maybe bringing in young people, giving them an employment experience that they wouldn't have otherwise had. Again, it's about reaching young people who are maybe the furthest from the labour market and don't have that experience. So what we're trying to do is we're not just saying, right, here's some money for the Cup and, you know, enjoy. It's about trying to link that money to development within communities, and we do feel that SFL clubs have a good role to play because of where they're located and their community reach. So, you know, we're working on that. In terms of cashback, generally, Inspiring Scotland are doing an in-depth evaluation at the moment of all cashback projects, which will look at all of these matters in terms of who have they reached, where have they reached, what have they done, what's been achieved, value for money, and using all of that to not just look back at kind of what's been achieved, but also to set, I suppose, some clear guidance for us for future investment. And we've got a new kind of strategic group that looks across the divisions, the directorates within government, to make sure that if money comes available, and of course the problem with cashback is it's intermittent, but when cashback becomes available, that there's a proactive strategic agreement that that's where the money's going to go, because it has the most impact. So the Inspiring Scotland evaluation is good to answer a lot of the questions that you're posing.
Could I maybe just ask then briefly, I mean, it would be good to see that when that is produced, and then also specifically on the Communities Cup. Is that information that is likely to be published? Is it confidential with SFL? And would that be something that could be made available to the committee and indeed other committees? Because there is a pattern of the Scottish Government in various guises sponsoring that particular, you know, competition. And if that's something that's likely to happen either next year or at any other point in the future, I think we would want to know that there were very clear outcomes that were set in terms of, did the clubs actually do that, or did they bank the sponsorship because Tennent's wasn't available this year? You know? We
can provide some of that,
One of the conditions of the funding is that we have seconded someone to the SFL to make sure that the outcomes that we expect are delivered. So we'd be happy to report back once we've reached the end of that sponsorship with all the details to the committee.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, a supplementary, Aileen McLeod.
Just a small supplementary, convener, just to sort of say, in relation to the evaluation work that's been done by Inspiring Scotland, when do you think that work will be completed? And in terms of just a publication date as well?
They've only just recently been commissioned to undertake this work, so it's already in hand, but I think the earliest expectation is towards the end of the year.
Okay.
They can certainly provide an update for the committee if that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You, Drew. Mark MacDonald, please, followed by Aileen McLeod.
Thank you. One of the themes that we've touched on, I only came in halfway through the inquiry, but certainly in the last 2 weeks, is around volunteer development, and relating my own example from having been a youth coach in a football club, which was one which had a very strong infrastructure, was able to send its coaches for their coaching badges, things like that. But I would contrast that with, there are a lot of clubs out there who don't have that kind of infrastructure. They maybe struggle to get significant numbers of volunteers, and those volunteers that they have aren't able to easily access the kind of coaching badges, first aid courses, these kind of things. And then there's also a separate group of volunteers who are the people who would perhaps hold positions within a club. You know, it might be easy in some communities to find somebody who can be the treasurer for a club, for example, who is able to watch the numbers and find funding for the club. But in other communities, it's very difficult to get people who have both the knowledge base and also the time to devote to that. So I guess what can the government do in terms of looking at where support is maybe needed for volunteers to get those kind of qualifications, because obviously it will be the people at the clubs, whether they're young people or adults, who will benefit as a result of having better trained volunteers delivering the coaching sessions and things like that.
Yeah. Well, I suppose one of the benefits of the hub model is very much that instead of clubs kind of being left or out there doing their own thing, by coming together in a hub, they can share some of that expertise, actually share people, potentially. So if you're a small club that struggles with whether it's the child protection policies or whether it's that actually within the hub there's that expertise that's there to be shared, and I think again that's a benefit of the hub that we'll see come into fruition. The Scottish Sports Association have also been very, very good at helping some of the smaller governing bodies with their club network. And they've done a lot around particularly some of the kind of more challenging aspects like developing a child protection policy. I saw at first hand some of the work they're doing to support training and offering training maybe alongside other bigger clubs and governing bodies, so that they're not trying to manage all of these quite challenging issues themselves. So I don't know, Derek, is there anything in terms of additional volunteering? Sport Scotland obviously
over and above the work you've mentioned, Minister, there is the work by Women Scotland as well, which uses the links employers, and I think the committee heard evidence from Women Scotland has a direct link to provide corporate social responsibility back into clubs, provide expertise and support direct to the club itself.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. One of the other issues that was brought up at last week's session was around equality of opportunity. Obviously, if you were to take two young people from different communities, one from an area of deprivation and one from an area not of deprivation, do they have the same opportunity to, one, participate in sport, and then two, develop as sports people? And I guess that there's obviously an issue around some of the discussion around how the money filters down to clubs in harder to reach areas. Are you confident that things like cashback for communities are maybe making a difference there, that maybe in the past these areas would have not received that kind of funding or that kind of support?
Well, if you look at the schools of football and the schools of rugby now as well, but if you look at particularly the schools of football, which were the kind of first tranche funded through cashback, located really in schools with challenges, they've been really successful in helping young people who perhaps weren't having the best experience at school, were finding school difficult. They, of course, have to enter into a contract that is, you have to turn up to school. If you want to be part of the school of football, you have to attend school and you have to improve and maintain your academic performance. So there's real incentives there, I think, to bring young people who perhaps enjoy sport maybe more than they enjoy school, by putting the two together and saying, well, actually, they're both interrelated, and yes, you can enjoy your school of football experience, but you actually have to also improve attendance behaviour to continue to be part of that. So I think it's a good programme, and it's one that has worked very well and is being expanded for that reason. In terms of opportunities, and I think some of the work, we could get Derek or Donnie to expand on this, but some of the work that's been done around Young Scot, for example, opportunities for young people to become coaches and volunteers themselves through the school programme. Part of that's confidence building. So it might not be necessarily young people who are always first to the queue wanting to volunteer because they've got the confidence and all the rest of it to want to do that. And I think it's about trying through some of the initiatives that Young Scot have developed and through the schools to reach out to young people who might not be first in the queue, but actually have skills to become young leaders within their schools, to become youth volunteers, to become young coaches potentially. As we get closer to the Commonwealth Games and looking at some of the legacy programmes, I think there's huge opportunities for young people through some of the Games legacy programmes to have that opportunity through volunteering at the Commonwealth Games, who are perhaps, again, furthest from the labour market and who wouldn't maybe have an opportunity to do that in normal circumstances. And it's around trying to reach out to those young people and offer them a chance. Where they might not even, might not come forward themselves, but to recognise the potential and to reach out to them. I don't know, Derek, if there's anything in addition to add to that.
The only other thing maybe to mention is the young person sports panel, which has been set up, which is the opportunity for young people themselves to have a direct say and help shape the future of sport and how it's delivered in Scotland. And I think that's the only other additional.
Yeah, I mean, the youth sports strategy that I announced during the debate, I think gives us the opportunity maybe to look at these things in a bit more detail and where things have been working well, particularly reaching out to young people, giving them that experience. And I've met so many young people who tell me that if it hadn't been for sport, they might not have been at school and might not have remained at school, but sport gave them an opportunity to actually enjoy school in a way they had never had before. And that's very powerful. Sport can be a very powerful tool in that regard. And what I want to do through the youth sport strategy is to look at how we make that more, that we do that on a more strategic way, that we do it in a more organised way, so it's happening everywhere, that young people do get that opportunity. Some schools are very good at offering those opportunities to young people who maybe are, lack confidence, but some, maybe require more support to do that.
Yeah, I can certainly relate the point you raise about the link between sport and perhaps academic performance. I mean, having had a child who came to the club that I was involved in at a different age group, but who was at that point, he was brought along by a friend at risk of exclusion from school, and through being involved in a team sport, it dramatically affected and improved how he performed in a school context. One other thing that's come up is around the equality of opportunity aspect, is obviously the difference in participation between males and females, and the difficulty in perhaps engaging young females in sport to the same degree. I mean, there are obviously some sports which, for whatever reason, do have a gender divide, and I guess it's how do we maybe encourage some of the more activities that aren't necessarily sport. Things like, for example, we were speaking about street dance, for example, which gets quite, it gets a lot of people involved, is essentially a very physically demanding activity, but you wouldn't call it a sport by anybody's traditional definition of sport. Or these are the kind of things that maybe sport funding or sport development could look at, although they're not necessarily sport, they are improving the physical activity of young people.
Yeah, well, we've had some interesting initiatives around that, like Girls on the Move, Fit for Girls, that have shown that they can, by targeting girls through dance in the main in a particular way, and actually training up girls themselves to be dance leaders, that again it can have quite a transformational effect on the girls themselves, their confidence levels, but it also, they bring their peers in, and you end up by word of mouth getting a lot of girls who would not automatically come along to a club, and it's worked pretty well. But what we felt about it was quite patchy, so there was something happening there and something happening there. But what we've done is to pull and wrap all that funding up into what's called the Active Girls funding now, and what we're doing is delivering that through the Active Schools network to make sure it's happening everywhere. Going back to Nanette Milne's point about dance opportunities and that hubs should be about a range of things. Well, through Active Girls, we're going to make sure that through schools there are the dance opportunities that encourage girls to take part in PE, the during school activities, extracurricular, and through the active schools and through the hubs, that dance is an important part of that through the act. So the Active Girls funding is going to help make sure that's happening everywhere. So yeah, I think I don't care really what it is. If it works, let's just do more of it, and that, you know, has been quite a success, and we want to do more of it.
Thank you.
Elaine MacDonald. MacLeod. MacDonald. I don't know where that came from at all. I thought MacDonald.
Thanks very much, Convener. Actually, it was a question. It was similar to a point raised by my colleague Mark MacDonald, so you may have answered this already, but it was more to do with the whole issue about coaches. This was came up at the committee evidence last week, where clearly the coaches have a fundamental role to play. And given, you know, we've got the wake of the Olympic Games, where you've got, you know, a lot more youngsters kind of coming through the doors and turning up at a lot of our local clubs, particularly athletics clubs, where I think it was an example was given of Motherwell Athletics Club. We had over 100 youngsters turning up and only sort of 2 coaches who were there to be able to give them that kind of support. So it was kind of, you know, I'm aware that, excuse me, that Volunteer Development Scotland and Sports Scotland also have the kind of framework for volunteering. But it's whether you think that there's more that needs to be done in terms of whether we need more measures that go above and beyond the actual framework itself, and how we can be, you know, looking at the kind of support that we need to be putting into our communities to ensure that we've got more coaches coming through the system.
I think the framework is a good one, and you know, I think I also believe that if something works and then, you know, if it's not, if it ain't broke, why fix it, kind of thing. So I think in the framework itself is good. I think the question is there enough, and is the capacity there? And I think the answer to that is really partly to do with the change in the relationship of funding between Sports Scotland and the governing bodies. That what Sports Scotland are doing now is driving a much harder bargain with the governing bodies, that when they get public money, part of that is a very visible target setting, which is available now on the web, so that everybody can see for X amount of money, X governing body will deliver X, Y and Z, or A, B and C. And I think part of that is about the growing capacity, so that they do have more coaches. So part of it is about targets for more coaches, targets for volunteers, targets for expanding club numbers, opening up clubs to more children and young people in particular. So all of that is about building capacity, so that clubs do have the capacity to welcome, you know, children and young people coming in, whether it's after an inspiring sporting event or whatever. We're not quite there yet, and clearly there are pinch points, and there are clubs that sometimes struggle with what is a great story of enthusiasm from kids wanting to try out a new sport. I'm keen that we focus in on that a bit more towards the Commonwealth Games, and that we look more closely with Sports Scotland around the capacity building and building, so that we're confident ourselves that come the Commonwealth Games and the interest and activity around that clubs will be in a better place to be able to welcome in new members, and more importantly keep them. So that they have a good experience, because you know what it's like. If a kid turns up to a club and they don't have a good experience, they're not going to come back. So it's important that that's a positive experience. So that capacity building's ongoing, but I think it needs to be geared up a bit towards the Commonwealth Games, and that's something we'll be picking up with Sports Scotland.
Okay, thanks very much.
Bob, you want a supplementary on that?
Just very briefly, I heard at the Aberdeen Sports Village when I visited there, as well as at committee last week, that the great enthusiasm for participation following the Olympic Games, and we'll see it again with the Commonwealth Games, is that supply just couldn't possibly meet demand. It was so huge, which in one level is a nice problem to have. But when you talk about qualified coaches, yes, I fully support the professionalisation and the certification of best practice in coaching. But if it's not possible to fully meet that demand, are we going to have to look more at volunteer coaches who are working towards qualifications, and make sure coaching certification in itself is not a barrier to assisting young people, because it might not be possible to meet that demand ahead of 2014?
I think there's a balance to be struck, because you've got to make sure that clubs are run in a proper way and that they're run by people who have got the right training and support. So I think, you know, which is why obviously the framework was developed in the first place, to make sure that there's a proper training underpinning those with key positions within clubs. Without doubt, though, you know, the whole volunteer workforce is key to all of that, and making sure that we support volunteers to, I suppose, to really help us deliver that expansion and capacity building within local clubs. Now, people will volunteer at different levels, and not all want to become coaches. Some will just want to help, you know, with the, you know, out at the club in a more, you know, informal way, and that's fine. It's horses for courses. I think as part of the discussion we take forward with Sport Scotland about how we build that capacity, we're going to have to look at, you know, how many more people can we get through as coaches? What's the support mechanism around that? What other roles are there to support an expansion of the club? Does the club, you know, what are the gaps in that club being able to take in more young people? And I think these are discussions that we'll have to pick up, because we do need to make sure that in 2 years' time, when I think even compared to the Olympics, we're going to have a huge upsurge in interest, that some of those sports that perhaps quite small at the moment, that maybe don't have the capacity that some of the bigger sports and clubs do, could end up being the ones that are suddenly overwhelmed by interest, because people see a sport they've never seen before and think, I want to try that. So I think that's where we're going to have to make sure we get some more support. We'll pick that up with Sport Scotland over the next few weeks.
I think that is an interesting area, and I'm sure that if you've been observing the committee, it's an area that we've been looking at in terms of the workforce planning and human resource management of that whole tremendous resource. Yeah. And indeed, a significant number of our volunteers are coaches as well.
Yes.
You know, so I don't know how much information we've got in terms of we can give the big number about where they are. And we know that there'll be almost an overabundance in some areas, under-resourced in others. You know, I don't know how quickly we can get to that type of work. But it was mentioned this morning, I think, in written evidence that, I don't know whether it's Denmark or whatever, they have produced some strategies in and around that about human resource management of volunteers. Is this what you're alluding to, Minister, in terms of your work with Sport Scotland, or is it just gathering of facts and figures? Or?
I think it's more about the deal that they've struck with each governing body around what they deliver for public money, that we make sure that the capacity building part of that is given prominence. So when the governing body tells us that for the money that they're getting, they're going to deliver X of percentage growth in club and club membership, that we make sure that that's delivered, because it builds the capacity for new people, particularly children, to come, young people to come into. But we make sure that that is, you know, that it's deliverable. What are they going to have to do to deliver that? How many more volunteers are they going to require to have? How many more coaches are they going to require to train? How are they going to deliver that? And that's built into the contract, if you like.
Yeah, but it's only one aspect, because I've also lots of evidence about the dropout and the fact that the number of volunteers that we've got at this point is no greater than it has been the last 10 years or whatever. It hasn't. It's not like we are growing to meet that demand that Bob referred to, and it's sustainability. You know, I mean, is this where workforce planning and human resource management in terms of helping people to deal with the issues that they'll have being a volunteer actually encourages them to be in that place longer? Because we could spend a lot of money to get people through the door now, and in a year's time not have them.
I think part of it is, I mean, there's always a cycle of volunteers in every, whether it's sport or any other area that people volunteer. People will come and go for, you know, whether it's employment reasons, family reasons. So I think it has always been the case. I think where we can have an impact, though, is if a volunteer leaves because of a bad experience in the club, that they don't feel valued, that nobody says thanks, or do you know what I mean? There are some areas where we can support clubs to ensure that they do what they can to keep their volunteers, and that again, the Scottish Sports Association have been very good at giving guidance and support to some of the smaller governing bodies and clubs about how they do that. We have a big opportunity at the Commonwealth Games because we're clearly looking for 15,000 volunteers. Some people will come in to volunteering for the Commonwealth Games who perhaps haven't volunteered in sport before. The trick will be, how do we harness that workforce beyond the Commonwealth Games and get them plugged in to their local clubs, to their local hubs, so that the experience they have and enthusiasm they have for that sporting event, they actually want to continue to do something. But that's not going to happen automatically. So through the database that we're building up for the 15,000 volunteers, there will be huge efforts put in to trying to link people back into their locality to become to volunteer on a more ongoing basis. So,
does Sport Scotland have any plans to build on their work that they currently do, that and those minor interventions about the bad experience or falling out or whatever, about have a real focus about retention of volunteers?
Yes, with Sport Scotland give that a lot of prominence within their the framework and the discussions they have with governing bodies, and the advice that the governing bodies should give to their clubs about good practice. How do you make volunteers feel welcome? How do you make volunteers, how do you ensure they get they're offered the training, and that you keep their interest by encouraging them to perhaps take up some of the training opportunities as a volunteer? And how do you make sure that the experience that volunteer has is as good as it can be? And all of those things help to retain the volunteer. Does it, that still things will come along and people's lives change and it becomes difficult for them to volunteer for whatever reason. But barriers that can be removed should be removed. And yes, Sport Scotland give that a lot of prominence within the work that they do with the governing bodies. But I think it's something that we should perhaps, and I'd be keen to make sure we give a lot of prominence to in the run-up to the Commonwealth Games, because we are going to get an influx of a new volunteer workforce around the Commonwealth Games, but it won't necessarily stay around unless we harness it and encourage people to volunteer on a longer term basis. So we're going to work on that with a fair bit of effort.
Gil Patterson, followed by Nanette Millen.
My question was around the same area. And it's fairly clear from the witnesses coming in, Minister, that there's an enormous amount of volunteers involved in sport and activities in general, that's for sure. But there is also an enormous amount of wastage. And when I say wastage, I think it's a generational thing from what people are saying. And if it's to find the golden nugget, how you bring, this is maybe more for comment, and then I'll come on to it. If you've got something to say, it'd be great. But my take is that to find the golden nugget, to retain people who are volunteering, and again, from the evidence that I'm picking up, it's not so much in the coaching side that I see where the wastage really lies, because it looks as if coaches, although there may not be enough of them, or would like more, is probably the right way to phrase it, they tend to stay as time goes by. But people who volunteer, family members, mums, dads, who move in and move back out again when the child moves on.
Yeah.
If we could find some way of some encouragement, some focus, maybe awards, I don't know what it is, but maybe that's more for comment. But I'll come on to the other area that people raised a number of times with regards to I think you said something yourself about a physical door in hubs. You create a door for people to walk in rather than a normal door. But I think there's also, from what I'm gathering, and I don't know how real it is, and maybe the fact that we've got 25 active hubs already in place, if it's real or imaginary, maybe there's a psychological barrier that the hub itself, whether it's because it's a school or because it's an establishment, then some other clubs don't gravitate towards it. So it's maybe the experience we have there already. Is there lessons already learned, or is it just a worry, or is it happening? And if it is happening, how can we encourage more to come in and use these facilities at Loveton?
Yeah, well, I think partly it's about how the hub is promoted, and you know, it has to be that. I suppose coming back to the point earlier that it's not, you've got to be sporty to come along to the hub in the same way as people, you know, would perhaps, you know, view a gym or whatever else. You know, that actually the way it's promoted has to be that there's something for everyone, and I think that's why having a range of activities going on within the hub breaks down those perceptions that it's only for folk interested in football or whatever. But we need to get that right, and part of the reason, you know, part of the discussions Sport Scotland will have with the folk coming together to develop the hub, and there's obviously some public money involved in that, is very much about inclusiveness, making sure that, you know, all clubs are involved if they want to be and encouraged to be. How do they reach out to communities that are not already involved in and around a club? So it's not just about all the clubs coming into one place and bringing who they already have. It's about them reaching out to folk that are not active at the moment. And also offering opportunities. And I suppose, coming back to the volunteer point, that there is the potential to give volunteers a much better experience if you're coming together into a hub, because you know, there are more opportunities, more things going on, more roles for volunteers to get involved in, and it's all well supported through the infrastructure of the hub. That can be a very good experience for a volunteer, rather than perhaps it being you know, a bit you know, maybe not as well organised as that, shall we say. So I think there are opportunities there. Also to get, you know, volunteers perhaps tend in the past have been, you know, within a certain age band and so on, for obvious reasons. And I think, again, opening up opportunities for younger people to volunteer, whether that's folk who are working with employers who are prepared to support them in their volunteering effort and help them to do that, but also through universities and colleges. There's a lot of work going on through sport organisations, through universities and colleges, to link into the local communities and provide volunteering opportunities to, you know, it's good for the CV as well, and it creates a good opportunity for the hub and the club locally. So we are trying to think a bit differently about who volunteers. And, you know, parents were mentioned earlier on, and again, hugely important resource. But sometimes they're never asked. Parents are quite often drop their kid off and no one ever asks them, can you give a couple of hours to, I know I've been the same. My daughter's been involved in a number of clubs, and I don't think I've ever been asked, can I give a couple of hours? Maybe they don't want me to give but you know, but I think just the point is that sometimes clubs are not good at just asking whether somebody can help out and give a bit of time, and I think they need to get better at that, because a lot of people are willing, but they need to be asked and they need to be thanked for what they do give. So some of it's not, you know, some of it's very simple things, but we need to get better at it.
Does the new hub suggest retention is easier in this
I think
concept?
only time will tell. I think it's too
early
early to tell that, but my instinct tells me that it should do, because there's more support for the volunteering effort underpinning the hub. So it's not one club in isolation on its own. There's a sharing there of training resources, of experience, of, you know, people can maybe move across different clubs. So if a club's struggling with whatever, that there's other clubs there within the infrastructure to support them. And I think all of that just leads to a better experience for people who are giving of their time all round, because it feels more supported. So time will tell, but I'm quite optimistic that it will help to retain volunteers.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Convener.
Nanette Millen and Drew Smith. I don't think I've got any other
It's just in terms of the importance of building up confidence and physical literacy in young kids, primary school kids particularly, and to pick up a point that was made at the very end of the last the panel session this morning, it was said that PE, we've got PE upside down at the moment, in that a lot of the professional PE teachers are in secondary school, where this person thought it would be much more important to have them in primary school, where they can really focus on a child's development and what's needed. And perhaps the professional training is needed more there, where currently quite a lot of kids are being taught by their class teacher. I just wonder what your thoughts were on that.
Well, I think we need to support classroom teachers in primary school to be confident around the delivery of PE in the same way as they are around maths or reading or science. Given the the challenge of making sure that every child gets access to physical education, the classroom teacher in primary school is still going to be absolutely critical. I think the question is, so how well supported and well trained are they? So a lot of resources gone into additional training for them and support. I'm keen, though, that actually it's built in far more as part of their teacher training in the first place. I think we should be equipping primary school classroom teachers to be able to teach PE in the same way as they teach other subjects. Is there scope for more partnerships? I think there is, and if you look at what is happening in some schools, there will be a partnership with local coaches, perhaps helping the classroom teacher to do a session around a particular sport. I think those partnerships should be encouraged. Ultimately, the classroom teacher, is responsible, but they should be supported and they should have the training. And quite often, local clubs coming in and governing bodies with coaches can help them to deliver particular aspects of PE, and I think that's a good thing. The new deal that we have through some funding for local authorities and through Education Scotland, part of that is about delivering better training for primary school classroom teachers. It strikes me that a lot of the younger teachers coming out of teacher training are quite comfortable and confident around delivering PE. Perhaps where we have the challenge are those teachers in the workforce that perhaps didn't get that experience through teacher training and maybe don't feel as confident around teaching PE as other subjects, and that's where we need to focus a lot of our support. There's some great examples of different ways of delivering PE. I don't know if you've seen any of the material around Better Movers, Better Thinkers. It's a very simple concept that is about delivering, that any teacher can really deliver this model, because it's about linking across the curriculum. So the way it works in the session is that they use counting, they use a lot of information gathered from other parts of the curriculum to deliver a PE session that starts from the moment the children go into the gym hall. And teachers get it because it's very much about the way they teach. It just happens to be PE that they're teaching. So it demystifies PE in some ways. So we've been looking through Education Scotland about how we roll out some of that training to help primary school teachers. I think there are already good links between secondary schools and their feeder primaries and supporting some of the classroom teachers to deliver PE. And we want to strengthen that and continue that. But I think we have to recognise that the classroom teacher in primary schools is still going to be centre stage around PE, and we need to make sure they've got the confidence and skills to deliver it properly.
So they'd have to know what was necessary for each stage of physical development.
Yes.
What should be taught to kids to take them on to the next.
Yes. Yes, and some of that, I think some of that has to be captured better within teacher training, but also we need to make sure that those who are already in the system have enough confidence around what should be, and that those basic skills at an early age, moving through to perhaps an interest in specific sports. And I think as children get older within the primary school is where clubs can really come into their own in harnessing those basic literacy skills and converting them into interest in a particular sport. Because if you've got those basic skills, you can play any sport. but you know, it's about then harnessing them and developing those basic skills that the child's already developed. So we're working on it. We recognise the challenge, and we're very much working with Education Scotland and Sports Scotland to support classroom teachers to be able to deliver that in a way that children actually enjoy as well. So we want them to enjoy PE at school. Thank you.
Bruce Smith.
Thank you, Convener. Clearly the Scottish Government have got commitments to the Commonwealth Games Federation, which has implications for the resources that are available to you and how they need to be spent, and the Commonwealth Games is a huge priority. But I wonder if you could say just a little bit around the approach that the government takes in terms of allocating funding to sport at the national level, both to the budget that you get within the overall government budget, and then what your priorities are in terms of what you do that. I mean, I think the first week we had Sports Scotland here, we've seen quite a significant reduction in the resources available to them, but the Sports Scotland very loyally said that they were becoming more lean and more efficient and were still delivering on all the priorities that all of us would want to see them do. What is your vision for how we use the money that is available to us in sport?
Well, if you look at Sports Scotland's budget, the revenue side of their budget stayed pretty consistent. Where there's been fluctuation is, well, on two aspects. One was a peak in their funding in, I think, 2009-10, was it? When they were given additional money for their move to Glasgow. So there's a bit of a kind of spike there. So you can't really compare that year with the following year because there were additional resources put in for that specific purpose. So you have to kind of go back to 7-8. But if you look at the budget over the last year and going forward, there has been a reduction in capital spend because, as you know, the capital budgets across the piece have been reduced. Scottish Government's capital budget's reduced by 1/3. That has an impact on all budgets, but where Sports Scotland, I suppose, have an advantage is that they get quite considerable additional lottery monies. So although there's been, the revenue budget has stayed consistent because we felt that had to be given priority, given it funds the active schools, given it funds the governing bodies. So all of the activities that draw on the revenue budget will continue and there's no impact on them. The capital budget reducing, they will be able to make that up through the use of additional lottery monies. They can use lottery monies for revenue or capital, and what we've asked them to do is to obviously prioritise and make sure that capital spend isn't impacted by a reduction in capital core capital monies through the use of lottery monies. In addition to that, they've also been given other capital money streams. So they've been given an additional £10 million through the Games Legacy Fund, which will fund capital projects at a community level. So taken together, actually, they've got more capital money to spend over the next few years. It's not from the core capital budget that the Scottish Government gives them, but there should be no impact on their ability to fund local capital projects because they're able to draw from other sources.
Thanks for that, Convener. I suppose in terms of where people will be seeing a very direct impact in terms of budgetary pressures in community sport will be at the local government end, and we know how much of the money that supports community sports comes through local government. To what extent are you concerned and monitoring how local government is making choices around sport, what that means for community sport? And I suppose also the related question of, right at the start of the inquiry, we looked at in terms of the responsibilities that local government has in promoting and supporting sport. It is quite limited at the legislative level of, you know, there's a requirement to provide an appropriate level of essentially facilities for recreation. But we don't really have any clear duties on other parts of the public sector to actually support people in sport, to support all the other aspirations that we have about increasing participation. Do you think that the legislative framework is adequate?
I think it is clearly a broad duty. I think it's be very difficult to see how you would redefine that, because at the end of the day, you know, local government will set its own priorities locally. That's what they're elected to do. 90% of sports funding does go through local government, so you know they still are the main providers of sport and physical activity opportunities. And we are in tough times, but actually, despite being in tough times, I get around you know, a lot of the local authorities in Scotland, and there's still a considerable amount of investment happening in the refurbishment of facilities, the opening up of the school estate. So I think there's a real appetite, even in tough times, to improve the sporting infrastructure, renewing it. I mean, I look at my own local authority in Dundee, and they spent £30 million in recent times on refurbishment of the sporting estate. I think where there are other opportunities are, for example, through the new Community Ownership and Management Fund, which will be launching soon, is, I suppose, with a recognition that some local authorities at some stage may wish to divest themselves of some of their infrastructure for a variety of reasons. Now, in some cases, that will happen, and there's, the community may have a view one way or the other about that. But where a community would want to, for example, take over the running of a facility, we want to make that easier. So if it's a sports hall or whatever, what surprises me is how often the community taking over the running of a facility somehow turns it around, and there's just a bit of magic there. We don't fully understand why. Maybe it's because people view a council sports facility differently from one run by folk they know. I don't know. But there are so many good examples of sports facilities being taken over by the community and managed and run by them, and we want to make that a bit easier. So we've got some seed corn money to help communities do that. I think where there's a big challenge, and as part of the financial reality we're in, is around access. And I know you've had evidence about the charges for facilities, but again, there's some really, really good examples that should be trailblazers for other local authorities. If you look at what they've done in Highland, and the islands have now come into this through the High Life, what they did was they took a risk, and they said, well, the only way we think we can reduce charges is by getting more people coming into the facilities. So you get more people in, so everybody pays less, and it's worked. And they've massively increased, through their High Life card that gets access to every single facility in the Highlands, they've managed to massively increase the numbers going through the door, so they've managed to reduce the costs. We would like other local authorities to look at that model, because we don't want people to be put off through charging. And just finally, one of the stipulations we've made around the hubs is that there's affordable access to them, because we don't want to open up all the school estate and everything else to find that people have to pay charges that are beyond their means. So we've said that really it has to be affordable, free or very, very low cost to join a hub. And that way, we hopefully will make access easier for people.
And I thank the Minister for her appearance today, and indeed our colleagues from the Scottish Government, and a special thanks to my committee colleagues who have been for their patience and participation, which has been a very long session. I thank you all for your cooperation. Thanks very much. I'll close the meeting at that point. Thank you.